Good morning, good morning, good morning. Oops. And welcome back to Rise and Shine College Football. I'm your host, Jason Watkins. And if you love college football, you know you're in the right place. So before you forget, smash that red subscriber button, like our videos, and don't forget to ring the bell so you don't miss one moment. Hall of Fame College Football. Welcome into the show, everybody. Hankster, Shelby, First Lady, Garrett Bullware, Mars Jams. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hope everybody's good. Wanted to get in here and recap kind of some of the things. We're going to do a bit of a call-in show. Look, I want everybody to call in, make it quick. I'll probably have Bishop Frank come on and talk a little bit about some stuff, but I'd like to get everybody's involvement here. That includes you, Hankster. Mars, you guys don't have to show your face. In fact, you won't show your face. Just hit that link whenever I put it in there, and you can come in and talk about whatever subjects we've been talking about. There's a lot of stuff that happened at SEC Media Days this past week, so a lot to talk about. So let's do it. We'll talk a little bit about Jeff Lebby today and what he had to say about Oklahoma, Brent Venables, and of course Jackson Arnold as well. And then some of the things that you've been hearing from our boy Teddy Lehman continues to ruffle feathers in the SEC, and then he added some Big 12 feathers to ruffle the other day with his comments concerning the Big 12 a little bit. So we'll talk about that first and foremost, and then just kind of I wanted to talk a little bit with you Sooner fans about, again, the way that it seemed to me that Oklahoma came off at the SEC Media Days. I was really excited about the way they all seem to be on that same page. We'll get into talking some about that, but hey, make sure that it's just, I mean, whatever it is that you want to talk about from this week in Media Days. It could be Paul Feinbaum getting roasted by Lane Kiffin on his own show, by the way. And of course, you know, Feinbaum, you know, roasted him pretty good, I guess, when he left, or right before he got fired from USC. And Lane has never forgot that, apparently. But of course, I think a lot of the reason that he did that was that he had left. Previously, he had just left Tennessee when he took the USC job. They've never forgiven Lane for that. So kind of a weird moment, but I want to get you guys' opinion on that. Thank you, Shelby, for this. Hit the like, hit subscribe, hit the bell to be notified. Love it, love it, love it. Appreciate you guys for all that. Neilio from KC Mo, our K-State insider. Good morning. Good Friday morning, Jason. Good morning to everybody. Thank you so much for the super chat. If you would like to help the show out, folks, you can always hit that little super chat button. Make sure that your comments get read right here on the air. You can always support us for free by making sure that you hit that like button, as Shelby said, as well. We have our official show merchandise website, obviously, hofmedia.us/pod-merch. You can get your Texas Fears Oklahoma shirt, hats. Today is the final day for the Horns Down gear as far as the actual picture of the Horns Down. Make sure you jump in there and get it today. I believe. Oh, okay. Next time. Okay, well, thank you for coming in. We appreciate all the support as always, Miss Shelby. Yeah. What was I saying? Oh, main thing is just to get on here, but no, our official show merchandise, you can get in here and check some of the different stuff out. We've got the coach himself, you know, his famous line that he always says is, "I don't give a bleep," you know. So make sure you jump in there. Actually, I believe it was, and I believe it is, Stink Ass Cat. I don't see him in here yet, but I believe he donated a couple of shirts to have Coach sign, and we'll be giving that away. What just happened there? Sorry, my phone just went crazy. Yeah, hofmedia.us/pod-merch. It's right there above on the top right-hand side over there. So, yeah, definitely love to have you guys kind of pop in for that. Just kind of real quick, let me go ahead and drop. From what I gathered, a bunch of Texas media love asking other people about Texas, and then they turn around and say all people want to talk about Texas. Well, didn't that just so Texas of Texas, AJ? Would this surprise anybody? No, it wouldn't. They certainly did, and you've been hearing a lot of that kind of stuff. I'm glad you kind of brought this up. One of the other things we were going to talk about, obviously, would be Texas and how they, I guess, performed on their day. What was it? Wednesday, I believe it was, that they were on. Yeah, so they definitely jumped in there, and I think Sark did a good job. I think just like Coach and I talked about it the other night when we were on, that Sark does a good job in that situation. I thought we were impressed with him at Big 12 Media Days last year, as much as you can be as a Sooner fan or coach for that matter. Impressed with Sark. Just for the way that he seems to stand in front and bring on the heat for him, because he knows that he's going to get kind of what he gets when it comes to expectations there in Austin. He did it again. He did it again this week and said that, hey, he thinks that this is his deepest and best team. I don't, but and depth-wise, I don't know. I guess it depends. He says all over the field. But then, of course, you heard the same kind of thing, and I feel like you heard the same kind of thing out of Brian Kelly, who was trying to tell you how deep and good this team is going to be, a typical year 3 team for Brian Kelly. I disagree with that 100%. So, to me, I think that a lot of what you see out of these coaches, I think it's clear that they're coming out here to talk about what they want you to think. And in Brian Kelly's case, which is kind of odd because he's usually making a lot of excuses, but when he said that, he feels like they're as strong as they are. And, somebody said it in one of the comments of the video that I did with Jake and Kate Chris the other night. He was saying that, well, hey, he listed 11 top 100 recruits. Now, I didn't go in and check to make sure that all 11 of those guys were top 100 recruits. I saw Dominic McKinley on there. So he did that to try to say that, they're going to be a lot better on defense, blah, blah, blah. I mean, in terms of the coaching staff, I think they did a good job upgrading there, right? They certainly upgraded with Bo Davis, which consequently probably hurts Texas in my mind, because I think he was the best defensive coach they had on staff at Texas, and he certainly got the most out of guys like T'Vondre Sweat and Byron Murphy. Both of them were 3 stars. He turned them into first and second rounders. So to me, yeah, it is what it is. But again, I think that Sark did a good job of taking that on. The expectations are there for them to make the playoff. And if you've heard guys the Texas guys that come into this show, quite a few of them actually, whether they're cool ones or not, the expectation in Austin is to be a playoff team and to compete for the SEC championship right out the gate. Now, when it comes to Oklahoma, it's definitely a different feel around media days, around everywhere else. But it's funny because Oklahoma's the one out of the Big 12 that actually did anything, in the playoff era. Texas finally made the playoff this last year. They still lost to OU. And then they, immediately kind of, they gagged up multiple chances to win the whole thing. They probably had the most open path to a championship that we've seen for a Big 12 team out of the entire 10-year period of the playoff era. But yeah, Robbie, thanks for coming in, man. AJ, Urban Engine, Bama, LSU, Florida as a permanent rival. For who? For Oklahoma? Are you asking out of one of the three who you would want? Is that what you're getting at here? Because you're not getting rid of, I think, Greg Sankey's comments about Missouri, Oklahoma being an old Big 8 rivalry. I wouldn't call it a rivalry, but I would say that they've played a lot. That's staying, though. And then, of course, you would have Texas ain't going anywhere. So one of those three could be, I guess, but it's not going to be Alabama, guaranteed. LSU, Florida, I could see that they may be pushing LSU. But, of course, we heard when they started talking about doing the 3 permanent rival thing, they did start talking. They were kind of along the lines of, yeah, it's going to be Florida. This is what they were thinking. That I wouldn't have a problem with, but I wouldn't have a problem with LSU either. And in view of the fact that you're playing them for the first 2 seasons, not playing Florida for the first 2 seasons in the league, I could see that it's probably, I would tell you that they're working on kind of kindling a rivalry there. I think there has to be, I mean, they can decide whoever is going to be your permanent rival, but I would tell you that it kind of has to happen organically for it to really be a rivalry, But in view of the fact that they've played twice in national championship / playoff settings in the last 20 years or so, it makes sense for LSU. I would be fine with that. And I think it's a little more regional as far as, Florida's a good ways away. But I wouldn't mind having Florida as that third rival at all. In fact, I think it would be good for Oklahoma. It's to go play in the swamp every other year would be kind of cool. It's another one of those. I will say this again for us Oklahoma fans that are, just coming into this. And now, look, I remember the days when the Big 12 and, the Southwest Conference and the Big 8 was where it was at in football. Okay. Pre-SEC. SEC's kind of owned college football for the last better part of 2 decades, but it hadn't been forever. So this idea that, Oklahoma's been always, when they won in a crap league or whatever, get out of here with that stuff. Cause that's not true. It's not true. And so, it is what it is. It's kind of a cyclical thing. And for the most part, when it comes to college football, anyway, you'll get different programs that become kind of dynasties in their time or whatever. You've had Notre Dame over their period, and then SC, of course, doing what they did in the 2000s, or the early 2000s. But aside from that, then of course, this long run that Alabama's been on, winning 6 in 17 years, is pretty impressive as well. They had an early time where they did it as well. Robbie, what's up, man? Good to see you. Yeah, I would like that as well. I think that's something that that's between the 2 schools right there. That's something that they could make happen. They haven't seen fit to do it yet. Maybe now that Matt Rule is the coach, if he stays there, I don't really see Matt going anywhere unless he were to get fired, because this is the kind of job where if you could get it rolling at Nebraska, the money's great, resources are great, facilities, everything else. If you can get that rolling again to where you're competing for national championships, it's kind of that stay forever job, until you retire deal. I do like Matt Rule. I think he's a good coach. But he says Nebraska has Iowa now, whether their fan base wants it or not. True. Right now in the Big Ten. But I think that where we've gone in this whole thing with realignment that bothers me the most is losing rivalries. Now, the Big 12 screwed up the Nebraska-Oklahoma rivalry even before Nebraska left the Big Ten by putting them in separate divisions of the Big 12 when it was still a division deal in the league and them not playing every year. That was stupid. That was stupid. But all this realignment is causing things, and we could talk at length about the whole Okie Light thing. I don't give a shit what Mike Gundy tells you. They just don't want to play it. Period. Plain and simple. Now, a few years down the line, when they realize how much revenue that they're missing by not having the game, then I think you could see that kind of come back together. I don't know that Gundy will ever allow it as long as he's there. But I'll tell you this, I think that Gundy doesn't win anything I don't think that he wins a conference championship probably from here on in. I just don't see it. Certainly the idea around Stillwater is that they win 2 or 3 of them. They go to the playoff 2 or 3 times by 2030, or at least that many if you're listening to Cody Light and those guys. I think it's asinine to even think of. But when they don't do that, you're going to need that game. But I also think by not doing that, if he doesn't win it this year, when you've got 22, 23 returning starters, essentially is what you hear out of there. I can't believe that they're going to start Alan Bowman again, but they are. But they believe that, and I think, they think that they're going. If you don't go now, with this many guys returning, you were in the conference championship last year, albeit via luck, and the commissioner aided win there in Stillwater for the last Bedlam game. If you don't do it now, when are you going to do it? Because any of these expansion teams, I guess you would maybe call it, for the Big 12 that aren't really up to speed yet, say Cincinnati, Houston, UCF, obviously BYU is probably still not as good as they will be. They have one of the best coaches in that conference too. They just haven't gotten the depth that they need yet. I don't think that they have the quarterback that they need yet either. But don't be surprised if BYU surprises some people this year and makes it hard on them, right? Because Kalani Sitake is that dude. He is that dude. So if Oklahoma State doesn't get it done now, when are they going to get it done? Answer, never. Because Mike Gundy doesn't win big games when he needs to. Conference championship games, not happening. So, I don't know. But I think in view of that, if you're not doing that and making it to the playoff, I think that it really is going to up the pressure level in every conference, but particularly if you're the Big 12 and you're trying to be number 3, the easy number 3, which I've got my qualms, or I don't know what I'm going to say about that. I think that they can be better than the ACC. I don't think they're better than the best ACC teams more years than not. Now, can they compete with those guys all the time going forward? Probably, yeah, because if whatever is going to happen with the ACC, I don't see them really coming apart. You listen to JJ and some of these other guys talk. And even I go back to Jim Williams when it first got broached and they were first talking about doing that, suing and all that. They hadn't done it yet, but they were talking about it, right? And we had Jim Williams on the show here with TJ Pittenger, and he rained all over TJ's parade about they're not giving that up at ESPN. They're not. They're not just going to let you walk out the door. Talk a little bit about that as well, too. Let me say hello to the rest of the folks in here. Let's see. Urban Engine, what else you got? We need another big dog rival. LSU and OU fans in DFW Metro cross paths on a regular. It would be a unique rivalry. I like it. I'm okay with that. BYU will always be unique and different when it comes to judging how they'll be. The players on mission trips and catering more to those of the Mormon faith make them entirely different. Yeah, well, it makes them men a lot of times when they come back. The transfer portal era is going to change a lot of that stuff, though, because of the fact that you can get guys now, right? Make no mistake about this. BYU has money, a lot of money. They got more money than Utah does. And even though Utah's been in a bigger conference and they've been independent all this time, it doesn't matter. BYU will not stand for not being the best team in that little region for very long. Now, do I think that Kalani's better than Coach Witt? No. I think he's, but I don't think it's very far off, right? They do a lot of the same stuff. I like Kalani a lot. I also think that the kids love Kalani too, right? You just see it. I think he's a heck of he's a leader of men. I think that's overused at this point right now. He's a leader of men though. But why are there no divisions? We have 16 teams, 8-8. It's not the way they want to do it anymore. I think for the reason being is that it allows, if you don't do divisions, then it'll allow you to have that the divisions were bad for the SEC, in my opinion. Now, and I don't want to overstep on what I think about SEC traditions and stuff like that because Oklahoma's coming in new. But having been a reporter that covered the SEC along with the Big 12 at different points of my career, I always thought that it was there was always some games that they protected. You know, that Georgia and Auburn were always going to play. Georgia and Florida were always going to play. Same with Auburn and Alabama, Tennessee, right? Lately, it's always been Alabama, LSU, but that's because they were in the same division, right? It seems like they're going to want to protect that one as well. So that's another thing that could get in the way of the LSU thing as well. But what I would tell you is the beauty of not having divisions, if they go to a 9-game schedule, is that you'll play everybody at least every other year, right? There won't be any more of these where Georgia played Texas A&M, I think, twice in 10 years maybe? Or this year or something was going to be the second time. I don't think they play them this year. Whatever it is, there's a lot of those kind of deals, right? Where some of these games just don't ever happen. Alabama, Georgia not playing, but every 4 or 5 years, that may work as far as right now because of the fact that they're both right at the top. But as close as they are together, it's kind of weird that they hadn't played more in the regular season, I would say. They were in different divisions. That kept them from being able to do that. That's the biggest thing, I think. The growing conferences like this, at some point, they may go back to divisions because if we end up seeing somewhere like where you end up with these 24-team conferences or whatever, or 2 super conferences, which I don't see the 2 super conference thing. I don't know exactly how it's going to happen. Again, the Big 12 Hall of Fame, or the Big 12 Mafia, or college football mafia, Bomber and those guys over there, they do a great job with realignment, and they talk to the guys that are doing. They're close to it, you know. Television executive wise, you know, Jim Williams a lot. He's been on with them a ton. And then what's his name from Fox Sports as well, that he used to run Fox Sports. They've had him on quite a bit. They get a lot of these kind of guys. So with me, I would think that that's definitely the place. But also, I mean, it depends on who you're asking. JJ doesn't necessarily think that they're right on the money with all that. He believes that it's not coming down. Because a lot of the folks in the ACC side of it don't think that it's worthy of a move. Now, I think there's a lot to that, and it's a tangent I don't want to get too far off on right now. But there's a lot to it, though. They won't have the horses to play with the SEC or Big Ten, though. Who, BYU or the Big 12? I will say this about the Big 12. If it were, and what's up, T Boomer? Good to see you, man. Boomer Sooner Forever. Thank you for coming in. Same problem you have. I don't think Look, guys, you have to remember that we're going into a new era now. The money part of it, we're assuming right now and looking at it right now, the SEC and the Big Ten are going to be way ahead. Okay. Money-wise, $30-40 million ahead. But hold on. Brent Yormark is not going to sit on his hands and just watch them flounder in the Big 12. And I would venture to tell you that no matter where Florida State and Clemson end up, they're not going to either, although Dabo's going to need to get out of the way of some things at Clemson. Same thing goes, though, for UNC. I'm going to tell you this. I know UNC is a basketball school. Everybody's going to tell you it's a basketball school. I get it. I get it. It's a basketball school. It's a huge, huge brand. They're not ever going to be okay with not making the kind of money or anywhere close to the kind of money that they would make in, say, the SEC, which, by the way, I do think that the SEC would much quicker go for Carolina and Virginia than it would Clemson and Florida State. TJ won't tell you that. I will. I don't know how much I believe the idea of what Sankey was saying, that, you know, we're not going to cut into this pie for anybody else, because they don't have to cut into this pie. The SEC deal with ESPN for 10 years, and it starts this year. It has a pro rata that no matter who they invite into the SEC, they will pay the same amount for them immediately, no matter what. So it's a matter of if the SEC wants to expand, not if it's going to hurt them money-wise. It won't hurt them money-wise. It won't. What I do feel like is they're certainly not going to go outside of their footprint. They would be quicker to, say, grab somebody like West Virginia was a thought in the past when Missouri and them came in, and A&M. West Virginia had been a thought at that point too. I could see that happening. There's a few different schools, but I believe that the SEC is going to try to stay within its regional footprint. Neilio says BYU will need to make serious adjustments to their entrance requirements for transfers too. It's just a different place. Oh, no doubt. No doubt. Well, you've got the whole honor code and all that kind of stuff. They're never going to go away from that. The honor code stuff. Are you talking academics though? Because if you're talking academics, I don't know. I didn't know that I know that they're a great academic school. You know, never mind what the Pac-10 would tell you, or Pac-12 was trying to tell you. They're good with their academics. I don't know about the standards to get in, what that is. But you can relax those Duke did it for basketball. You know, it feels like Notre Dame is starting to relax some of its standards for admission when it comes to football. Not by much, but they are. And you know, you would never hear and I think that the academics are different because it's a lot of theology too, right? I mean, that's also part of it. But I think that there's some possibilities there, and they want to win. They fancy themselves as a real contending to look. The one thing I'll tell you is BYU brand wise, it's pretty popular, man. There's a lot of Mormons, a lot of, people from that church that are everywhere in the world, and they are BYU fans. It's very similar to how Notre Dame works when it comes to that. I mean, you'll find Notre Dame fans all over the world, all over the country. Look at Coach. Everybody, how is he a Notre Dame fan? They're Catholic, and his dad was a Notre Dame fan, Catholic, Yeah, man, they've got a good coach. I know everybody's worried about that. They need to get that stadium built. Boomer Sooner one. They need to get the stadium built. Got to do it. You got to do it. And look, people need to go. If you want that to happen, you got to go to the Lloyd Noble Center and show up and support. It doesn't, I know people are just like, well, you got to win before we care. No. That doesn't work. Fans have to do their part too. You have to do your part too. Porter Moser has been very good everywhere he's been. All of a sudden, he just forgot how to coach. No. You know, it is what it is. He needs to do a better job, but it's tough right now. College basketball, I mean, again, we don't want to jump off into too many tangents, but you talk about uneasiness in college football. The portal era in NIL has changed college basketball almost. Look at how many guys from last year's team are going to be on the team this year, whether you liked that team or not. I mean, they competed. They were close to a bid. They won 20 games. You know? Oh, yeah. No, well, but that's not – I get what you're saying, but like Notre Dame, what he's talking about, some of the admissions, it's not just to get in. You know, the NCAA has its minimum standards, obviously, right? But places like, it's kind of like with the Ivy League or Stanford or whatever. You can't just get in because you can play. You couldn't just get into Duke because you can play. Now you can, because they will relax some of that for certain people. But the NCAA's minimum standards aren't the same thing as a particular private university's minimum standards. You know, they want you to have X GPA or whatever, right? I think a lot of it, look, man, I'm not trying to be a dick or nothing, but I'm just saying they definitely need to upgrade the facilities. The Noble Center's done its job. They need to rebuild it. Whatever's going on with the city council in Norman, they need to get it done, right? Because they just have to. And this is what you have to do now as a member of the SEC is, man, if you go around this league and you look at what they've done with baseball parks, and obviously they already did it with the softball team and all that stuff, but that's a little different than building an arena. It's not near as expensive, but it is pricey. In any event, you got to do it, man. These days, it's got to be upgraded. They're going to have to upgrade the Palace at some point. I know that they've kind of put some of that stuff they were talking about on hold, but they'll have to upgrade the Palace at some point as well. UNC is the best option. I think so. Look, I think there's a lot to the FSU not being a great partner talk that's going around right now. Oh yeah, no, I'll give you that. I'll give you that. Well, I've seen you. Well, you've heard of players not making it very long there. They break an honor code violation, and the honor code violation is simple as like having a drink or, you know, smoking a cigarette or something like that. Anything like that could get you. Their honor code stuff is pretty stiff. I don't want to like comment on everything because I don't know it, but I know that they take it very, very serious. That honor code stuff. They always have. And so that definitely makes it tough. In this era, I think that at some point there will be, if you want to compete, there's some things that you're going to have to do. You have to evolve a little bit as well. Now, how far is a religious institution like that going to stray away from their center? Not very. But if you want certain guys to be able to play there, but I don't think that you necessarily have to either. I would say this: Brent Venables recruits on his faith. I mean, they are recruiting on their principles as a coaching staff. If you look at every one of them, to a man, has a relationship with God. They do. Nobody's perfect as a Christian. Whatever you want to say about, you know, we've heard of Venables and his language and stuff like that, and he gets so wound up and screaming at me. That doesn't make you any more or less a Christian, right? But the proof is in the pudding, is in the guys that they're getting walked through that door, because to every one of those young men will tell you that it has a lot to do with the Why am I forgetting the name of that? The program? Anyway, a lot of it has to do with it's making those connections and through the what is that? What we're talking about? We're definitely all different, right? We're definitely all different. I would just say that let's see what I don't like to necessarily want to put them in a corner here, but so many of them affiliated with the church. Yeah. Feel the rest of the country is not doing it right with pride. Yeah, listen, man. I mean, that doesn't make them a whole lot different than regular Christians, right? It doesn't. I'm a Christian. Do I go to a church all the time? No. You know why? Because of Christians. You know, anytime you read the Bible, what you soul mission. Thank you, Kimberly K. Good grief. Why I can't believe I forgot it, but thank you. Yes, soul mission. They recruit off of soul mission. Absolutely. Thank you. Yes, and this is true. Facilities definitely matter. But again, with the basketball stuff, and right now, look, the Big 12 is boasting about how great it is as a conference, and they have done a great job as a conference over the last 5, 6, 10 years, that they're probably the best, quote unquote, the best basketball conference at the moment. You added Arizona, that doesn't hurt anything. KU, Arizona, Baylor's been really good. Kansas State has gotten really good. Yeah, and Houston's been a number one seed for what, 3 or 4 years in a row, something like that. Kelvin Sampson's one of the best, right? But if you take a look around the SEC, they've put a bunch of teams in the Final Four in the last 10 years too. They have. Alabama just played for the championship. They got beat, but they played for it. And I don't even know if they were the best team all year in the SEC. I don't think they were. They kind of were. They were definitely one of them. Florida won those multiple titles, though. You know, of course, that was a while back. But look, Kentucky, they lost Calipari, but he just went to Arkansas, and they expect to compete right away. But then Kentucky went and got their coach from BYU, who is a Kentucky guy and understands what it means to win there. They don't play. They expect them to win and to compete for national championships every year. Go at the very least, go very deep in that tournament. And they hadn't been doing that lately. Right? So the SEC, if you're going to compete, you got to be willing to stand up and do that. And I don't think that that's a problem. Yeah. Yeah, listen, you expect to win in everything. It's not just for football. Look, they never mind the fact that Oklahoma and Texas played for the national championship in softball. Right? The baseball, they dominate baseball. They've won what, 6 or 7 in a row? And I want to say something like that. Maybe 4 or 5, something, but they've won a bunch. In any event, you got to think about that. They have and a lot of them, well, this year, A&M or Tennessee were going to be a first-time national champion. It ended up being Tennessee. Then Slosh, now he's there he went to Texas. Texas is going to go right back to where they were. Oklahoma just played in the national championship series a couple of years ago. You know, that's big time. They got to redo the ballpark in Oklahoma as well. They're doing a good job, though. Again, basketball is getting better. The softball, look, Oklahoma and Texas just played for the World Series championship, but the rest of the SEC was probably better. And the next best team to me was Florida. And they're young. Young. So it is what it is. What? What do you say when SEC fans say OU is not getting natty level classes at 8th ranked? They're out recruiting everybody but Georgia and Alabama in the SEC the last few years. LSU's right there. They're right on par with them. What do you mean? I mean, again, what I would say is don't believe stars all the time. I know stars matter. They matter. They matter, though, when you look at the offers. When they're all offering somebody, it is what it is. Look, if you can look at the roster from the time that Venables got here, let's just take this year, for example, with this one. Devon Mitchell, tight end. He came in a year early. He was a top 10 overall recruit for this class, the 25 class that they're working on right now. If he had remained in that class, he was a 5-star, top 10 overall. He was the number 1 player in California this last year. Number 1 player in California. If he'd have stayed there until the end of this year, if he'd have played one more year. When he moved up his graduation time and came early, it dropped him back to a top 100. Jaden Jackson. Everybody thinks Jaden's probably going to start before Stoney does. Stoney was the number 1 defensive tackle prospect in the country, a 5-star. Jaden Jackson was ranked when they first got him to sign up. He was in the 400s in ranking, 3-star. Now he ended up in the top 200 anyway, finally. But I think a lot of that had to do with the reputation of Todd Bates and Brent Venables. Nigel Smith, top 200 guy, top 150 guy. Same measurables as Stoney. Played at Texas, 5A football, 5A or 4A. I don't remember which I think they're 5A at Melissa. But not a camp guy. But he had an offer for 2 years from Larry Johnson at Ohio State, the godfather of defensive line coaches. Had he gone to Ohio State or even down with X-Rob down to Texas A&M before he ended up over at Syracuse, he gets the 5th star. No doubt about it. Danny Okoye, he ended up right around the top 100, 130, whatever. When he went to the Alabama camp last year, I know we've talked about this a bunch, he was the MVP, and Saban was fawning all over him. They didn't have him very high up in the rankings. Why? Because he played in the, quote, private school league, and plus in Oklahoma. He wasn't a guy that went to a ton of camps. He lived in Oklahoma, and then he played in your homeschool league or whatever it was in Oklahoma. So it even less respect than they normally get for going to a regular Oklahoma high school. If you went to Jenks or one of these other big time programs there in the state of Oklahoma, you still rarely become a 5-star. Right? I mean, the Gerald McCoys of the world are few and far between, right? But so just those 3 guys alone, let's just talk now, and they're still blue chip guys. They're still blue chip kids, right? But say one of those guys was a 5-star in this class, then now they're top 5. 2 of them, they're definitely top 5. And they were look, if Stoney is a 5-star, and he is, and Jaden played right next to him on that line, if you've watched a lick of what he did in high school, they both dominated. A lot of people will tell you that Jackson's better. And I think he's further ahead in his development at the moment right now. He carries his weight a little better. But it's negligible, right? But I think that where Jaden's at right now, he's going to be the guy that starts first. He may start first. You know? So that's where I would tell you that, who gives a shit what SEC fans think? And that gets us into what Teddy was talking about. So he got everybody all riled up last week, remember? Or 2 weeks ago, whatever it was, when he was saying that, yeah. Well, early in that recruitment was Lincoln Riley. They didn't look at him at all. He was going to go to Oklahoma State. You know what happened to, and here's the other thing about that. Gundy kind of quit recruiting him, if you listen to what Cody said, that they really weren't on him after that. But he almost ended up at Alabama. It took look, Stoney was a big piece of that. As great a player as he is, he was the Pied Piper for Oklahoma football when it came to recruiting. The way that Jackson Arnold kind of pulled that class together the year before, particularly with Peyton Bowen being, his teammate and everything in high school, that was Stoney last year. And it's him again. He's working on some of these guys again that they're getting crystal balls for. But I get what you're saying. 247, now that they've lost all these recruiting guys, On3's started, and On3's getting all those guys. I know everybody's still pissy at On3 about certain things, and I get it. But that recruiting little world is changing a lot. And right now, it's 247 that's going down. The last two guys that Oklahoma got are 3 stars according to 247. Everybody else has them as 4 stars or top 100 guys even. It's wild. Stink ass cat. Well, I'm thinking, was that you that donated? Was that the $50 that you put in Cash App? Was that for shirts? Was that you that put that in there? I'm pretty sure. I don't want to say your name because you don't ever put it out here, but good morning, Rob. Good morning. Every time I hear the name Jaden Jackson, I think of our K-State wide receiver, the same name, kind of funny. Yours is a Norman, about to be a player, a big-time player. Yeah. My man, much appreciated. So you're wanting us to do a giveaway because you gave me enough to do 2 of them, so we could do 2 of them that Coach signs. Is that what you were trying to do? Our Moosehead, what's up, dude? Sooner. SEC Media Days was pretty good. Yeah, we could talk a little bit about drink in SEC Media Days. Got a lot of stuff to get into first, though. One for me and one giveaway. Oh, okay. Got it. Okay, so I will, through Discord, I'll send you, well, you know my email, right? Send me your, I've got your email and stuff too from the last stuff you ordered. Anyways. Yeah, I got you. I just need to, and I think I have your address on there, but I'll check and make sure. Drink was born in Tulsa, but lived in Norman for a short period. Yes. I didn't know that either until I saw that. Because Barry Trammell was saying that they were born in the same hospital there in Tulsa. Yeah. Yep. They didn't live there long, though. They mostly, but he's got a bunch of family all over Oklahoma, apparently. A lot of family. Most of his family's in Oklahoma. They moved to somewhere in Arkansas when he was young because of jobs. But he said holidays and stuff, they were always in Oklahoma for most of the time that he grew up. All right. Back to what Teddy was talking about. All right, and that kind of gets us into where we were talking about that. A lot of what you continue to hear from SEC lazy-ass creators, guys that aren't paying that much attention, right? The Barrett Sallees of the world. And even some of the guys, look, as much as I'm a fan of Jake Crane, I don't think that he's looking at it all in the right way either. He comes from a coach's perspective, so I'm not killing him on it. We had Blake Ruffino came in. Remember, he said kind of the same stuff, that he didn't expect Oklahoma to do much either. It's a lot of assumptions based on, first off, what Oklahoma was with Lincoln Riley, which is funny that a lot of these same people that will tell you that Oklahoma, because of what they looked like under Lincoln Riley, isn't going to be good enough to compete in the SEC, will also tell you that Oklahoma is not going to be good because Lincoln Riley's at USC. What? A lot of that, right? Now, Neilio, what I'm about to talk about is not me taking a shot at the Big 12. It also was not really Layman taking a shot at the Big 12 either. I'll tell you that I think that the Big 12 is not going away. I think that when they do this private capital stuff, and if they make some of the moves that it looks like they're going to make, they're going to get within that $10 to $15 million range, which is doable to stay competitive. And also, I think Brett Yormark is a business guy and will find ways to get money in there. I don't think that's going to be an issue. As long as the school itself is dedicated to competing, I think that you got the right guy in there. The only problem is if somebody poaches him away. But I think that Brett Yormark will get that done. Now, again, this is not me taking a shot at the Big 12 currently. I'm going to take plenty of shots at the past of the Big 12, though, right now. Teddy was talking the other day about, because there's a lot of these things still going around. You could hear it at SEC Media Days. It was like, under your breath, you ask a question to these guys, and it was almost like under your breath, you're asking it, and then you're like, there's no way they're going to compete, right? That's what it felt like. To me, anyway. A lot of stupid questions, like the guy that had the question about competing against Arkansas and A&M and stuff for recruits and shit. Like, they haven't been doing that forever, for 100 damn years. They haven't been competing for the same guys. Newsflash, Oklahoma's got 2 of the top 3 Arkansas recruits to commit this year. What are we talking about? Dumbest shit in the world. Right? Now, what that meant, but all you keep hearing, though, things like that, and then you're hearing stuff like, well, you played in the Big 12, so what you did, it's not that big a deal. Winning 14 Big 12 championships isn't that big a deal. Never mind the fact it's 10 more than anybody else, the closest guy. Oklahoma owned the Big 12. And again, I would tell you, it's only been the last 15, 16, 17 years that the SEC has been the big dog. That's just a fact. There's always been great programs in the SEC, but as an entire league, let's not get it twisted and act like they were the only ones that knew football up until this point, because it's not the facts. It's not. Now, in the last decade and in the last 15 years for sure, they've started to separate, though. And now definitely the last decade, they've started to separate from the Big 12. But we know why. When you lose Nebraska, yes, we know it hurt Nebraska. It hurt the Big 12. You lose A&M. Yeah, it's A&M, but it still hurts the Big 12. Okay? Colorado was a good program in the Big 12. It'll be a good program again because they'll now be able to recruit in Texas again, because they're going to play a lot of games in Texas. First and foremost, the second part of that bolting, when Nebraska and when A&M and Missouri left and they went to 10 and they didn't add it back to 12, you hurt the league. You hurt the league. But not having Nebraska be good in that league anymore. Now, all of a sudden, when all you have left, look, once Coach Snyder left the first time, they went in the tank under Ron Prince. K-State couldn't hold up their side of that. Not with Ron Prince. Snyder had to come and try to fix it. Texas has been bullshit. For the last 14, 15 years, they've been bullshit. Haven't done anything. That doesn't look good. Baylor, which was a laughingstock of a football program for 50, 60 years. When they got good, then the Briles stuff happens. Matt Rule picked them up again, but it's not that good. But they've played for one recently. Okie Light, it's Okie Light, man. They'll play for one, but they haven't won anything outside of that. They haven't went to a playoff. They haven't established themselves as somebody that's that good. You know? Oh. Yeah. Lincoln got outcoached. Big time. Big time. All he had to do was keep his foot on the gas. And once the momentum switches, it's college football. Momentum can change, and it happens a lot with Lincoln Riley. Don't get me into that so much. But Delio says Big 12 hadn't been the same without Nebraska, and I hate to say it, Missouri too, at least around these parts I reside in. Well, yeah, listen. I guess as far as, well, I don't know that what I think about Mizzou. I guess, look, in view of the fact of what the conference was, the Big 8 plus the Southwest Conference, some of the Southwest Conference together made a really good conference. Then when it fractured the way it did because of the Longhorn Network, Dan Beebe and all that shit, and then even they replaced Beebe with what? Look, everybody that loves Bob Bowlesby, they shouldn't. The guy was a lazy, reactive, and lazy. There were some simple things that they could have done to keep Oklahoma happy. Simple things, and they didn't. Neither here nor there. The narrative that goes around is that Oklahoma isn't going to be that good because they were just doing good in the Big 12. Okay. I get that. You can say that about Lincoln Riley. You can even say the end of the Bob Stoops era wasn't really up to speed. Stoops went to a playoff. One of those playoffs was his. They had played in the national championship game just a few years before that against Florida and lost. And that was a great game. A great game. You know, they got beat by one of the better teams that I can remember in college football, Tim Tebow and them guys at Florida. They were unreal good. But Oklahoma played them down to the wire with Sam Bradford, who is probably one of the best college football players of all time himself. If you forget about Sam Bradford and what he did his Heisman year, holy shit. But at that point, they still had a defense. Then when Lincoln got there, again, people mistake Oklahoma for Lincoln Riley's Sooners. That's not who they are anymore. He was a terrible leader, Jay. Yeah, a lot of people say the squib kick. The squib kick started the momentum going the other way. They were up 21. I mean, there wasn't much time before the half. I remember that, right? I'm trying to remember the sequence. You know, they were up 21. Then it turns into it was 14 or whatever at the half by the time it was all over with. But the momentum was firmly switched to Georgia by then. And once they got Nick Chubb and Sony Michel going, it wasn't because of size at that point, because Schmitty was still there, and they were still recruiting all these guys were guys that Stoops, this was 1 year removed from Stoops. He'd recruited them all. You know, it is what it is. Anyway, all right. When it comes to the Big 12, though, so Teddy was saying you want to say that we're not good enough to come in and we're going to come in and get, we're not SEC ready, unquote. It's dumb. Because you go and you get a guy like Brent Venables, and the mandate has been become SEC ready. Were they SEC ready when they agreed to it? No. But when you go and you get Brent Venables, a guy that beat Alabama twice with his defenses in the national championship game, yes, it was Dabo's team. Had it not been for his defenses, and they weren't going to win those games, they wouldn't have been in those games. Now, I would also say that, like Coach I was talking about this. The first one, Deshaun Watson was that guy. And they needed him in that national championship game for sure, no doubt. What I would tell you, though, is they were the number 2 scoring defense and number 2 overall defense that year. They don't even get there if not for his defenses. Okay, they don't. The defense is the reason they won the next one over Bama. I think they held him to 16 or something like that. In the end, whatever happened, at that point, you have to look at it from the point of when the Longhorn Network started and you started getting this mass exodus. Yes, it got the leadership was awful in the Big 12. There was nothing but sniping going back and forth, and there's always going to be sniping between schools. I mean, you hate each other. The SEC is the same way, by the way. They're all going to hate us. They're all going to hate you. If you're good, they're all going to hate you. Missouri hates you now. Texas is always going to hate you. A&M hates you now. It is what it is. Tennessee, you can hear them getting in their little brother way lately. They just feel like Nico, this is their year with Nico. I would think that they should believe that they should compete more over the next few years. I don't think it feels like they are, it's been longer for them than it has been for Oklahoma to win a natty is why. But Tennessee is like really aching for one. I don't think that they're built as a team enough to win the national championship right now. Tennessee isn't. I think they're a year or two away. But they have the quarterback. I don't know that they have the line, and I know they don't have the secondary. They just don't. Yeah, they do. Yeah, exactly. Right? That's part of what makes the SEC, is those blood rivalries. We hate you. Screw you, all that. I love it. I love that shit. Love it. Trash talk is the best part about college football. Right? It's the best part about it. So you have to keep that in mind. Now, let me fix that for you there, Rob. Let me fix this for you. Better. See? Yes, the game is definitely beyond the field. No. So what Teddy was getting at, again, let me just spit it all out now. He was talking about, you guys are all talking about it was easy. We looked better because it was easy in the Big 12. We're not ready because you just did that in the, quote, easy Big 12. And when I would argue that right now the Big 12 is probably better than it's been over the last 10 years, but never mind that. He said, okay, you know what? Just like what Coach Venables was talking about how we're not, first off, taking a back seat to anyone in the SEC. We're elite too. This is a blue blood that expects what it expects. There's a standard that you are supposed to meet, period. Plain and simple. When you're a school like Oklahoma, and I think this is where a lot of fan bases don't understand it. If you're not a blue blood or blue bloods is a weird distinction, but a national championship competing team, right? I don't know that Georgia's a blue blood. In fact, most people don't say they are. that doesn't mean they're not elite. But once you get to that elite point, the expectations are to stay there. Look, at Georgia, they fired Mark Richt, and the dude won 10 games a year. It wasn't good enough. Ryan Day hasn't lost 10 games yet, I don't think, in his time at Ohio State. And if he loses to Michigan this year and doesn't win the national championship, his ass is out. That's a blue blood. Some other schools act the same way. LSU, they go through coaches. Look at Texas. It doesn't take long to get out of favor there and get shown the damn door. It just doesn't. So this idea that Oklahoma has gotten so far, and yes, looking like you won, and this is what he was saying was, okay, yes, we won 6 Big 12 championships in a row. Now that made it look to outsiders and even to some fans that are more of the casual, we watch whenever it's in season and we just, oh man, we missed out, Well, we're still good. We got to the playoff. Any of you who knew that they were never going to win with Lincoln like that. The last playoff they went to when Jalen Hurts was the quarterback, I was praying to God they didn't go to that playoff. I knew they were going to draw freaking LSU right off the bat and get smoked. And that's exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened. An early nominee for comment of the day. Love it. Yeah. Now, what did you just say? Yeah. The difference is a game or two in the SEC if you aren't pedal down 100%. No, I get that. The point is that he's saying that everybody's trying to act like Oklahoma, whatever they've done, or, whether it's been 20 years ago or 10 minutes ago, it doesn't really matter. The fact is, there was a time when Teddy played, they were the best in the country. They were competing for the national championship every season. He was a Sooner. They won a national championship with him as a Sooner. So you can't say that they weren't good enough then. Are they good enough? Have they been good enough the last 5, 6, 10 years? No. They've gone to playoffs, but they weren't good enough. And his argument was, you said it was, we didn't deserve it because that conference, 10 wins doesn't mean the same thing. Okay, yeah, maybe that's correct. But what he's saying is the reason that we haven't fulfilled what our standard is in the amount of time that we haven't is because the Big 12 was that easy. It hurt us to play against this easy competition. You get fat and lazy and think that you're doing a lot better than you are because you go to that playoff. There's only 4 teams that make that playoff until now. So that is considered, this is why they consider Lincoln Riley an elite coach. Again, you make that argument that it doesn't mean as much because you're in the Big 12, but then then a lot of people want to make the argument that Brent Venables isn't as good as Lincoln Riley because he hasn't been to a playoff yet. Never mind the fact that Lincoln burned the damn program on his way out. But, it can't be both ways. It's got, if you're going to use that excuse, then you got to use that all the way through. So what Teddy was saying, and it sounded like he was dissing the Big 12. Well, he was. But not really. He was more saying, look, the reason that we haven't been on the level of the SEC schools when we got there was because we didn't have to play that level of competition, and it hurt us as a program. And it did. But when you hire Brent Venables, who was part of a program that not once but twice beat an SEC team for the championship, it helps. Because now You have a full roster. Same thing that Sark was talking about with Texas. We're recruiting full everywhere, every position to have, and you heard it from Venables, balance throughout the roster. We've got balance. We've got unbelievable offensive players, unbelievable defensive players, top to bottom now. They didn't have that before. And Teddy was saying that's why, is because you could get away with it. They didn't play defense, and there was up until just recently, there wasn't much defense being played in the Big 12 at all. Mm-hmm. It did indeed. It did indeed. Didn't that keep them from doing 3 in a row? I'll have to look back, but listen, that 2000 or that 2000. Oh yeah, you're talking about Nebraska at that point in the 2000. You dude, they were nasty, and they busted Nebraska up. That defense, the start of the year was good. By the end of the year, it dominated. Oh, FSU, you're talking about. They were going for number 2 in a row. Yeah. They were, yes. I was talking about in the conference, but yes, you're right. Yeah, FSU was real good. They didn't score a point on that defense. Final score is 14-2 or 15-2, whatever it was, something like that. They scored every point, though. Oklahoma did. Robbie. Welcome into the show, Robbie. Yeah. Look, the truth is that it doesn't take money. It doesn't take much to switch that up a little bit. Now, the Big Ten, I don't know. I don't think top to bottom is as competitive, but now they've added better teams, or theoretically better programs to it, right? Washington has a hell of a coach. SC, and this is something that I'm learning more of, aside from the way that Lincoln does things, their additions on that defensive side of the ball, as far as their coaching staff is concerned, if Lincoln was just a coordinator there, oh shit. I talked to USCJ for a while yesterday. We talked a little bit about some of that stuff, but I would tell you that even though I know some of you probably saw that video, but that was the model that predicted the 12-0 shit. Even the professor himself says 9-3, and I'm at 8-4 for SC. But that model is the most accurate model in college football. It is the matrix analytical model that the CFB professor has done, much more so than like the Ford, what is it? The K Ford index or whatever it is, better than SP Plus, and it's better than FPI for ESPN as well. So the point is, like I said, he got people riled up with the whole shit about what he was saying about none of these other teams have done shit in the SEC in the last 4 or 5 years. They didn't hear the 4 or 5 years part. And they're all like, all of them, all these teams have won a national championship since the last time Oklahoma has. Okay, so what? So what? He was talking about the last 4 or 5 years and the fact that there's 2 coaches in the SEC now that Saban's gone that have been there longer than 5 years. Mark Stoops and Kirby. There's 1 coach in the SEC that's won an SEC championship, Kirby. That's it. So this acting like Oklahoma's in such different air as everybody else is stupid. Because yes, they have to prove it. We know that. Everybody knows that. But just because you live in the SEC doesn't make you all that. Until Lane Kiffin wins something, what the dude was coaching at South Florida, or what is even that? Florida International, just a few years ago. You know? Josh Heupel, he's been really good. You know, he hadn't done much in he hasn't done really anything at Tennessee yet. He beat Alabama once, won the Orange Bowl, got beat by South Carolina the same year. There's another coach. Who is he? Shane Beamer. He's probably going to get fired pretty soon if he doesn't get it flipped soon. And I like Beamer. I don't think he's very good. Yep. Keep them around for the GPAs. That is your line. I know. I remember that. Yep. Not wrong. Yeah. Who's done anything? Brian Kelly, for all he did at Notre Dame, and he's the winningest all-time coach at Notre Dame, there's an asterisk next to that as far as I'm concerned. You got to win a natty for you to be the winningest all-time coach at Notre Dame for me. He's won more football games than anybody else ever did. But he ain't won shit either. Billy Napier, on his way out, if he don't get it figured out, I like Billy Napier. I think he's a good coach. But he's not going to last. There has been no stability, and it's what Teddy said, constant churn. You haven't done shit in the last 4 or 5 years, and you're talking about what Oklahoma is and isn't. Sark, one time in his career of 10 years as a head coach, he's broken 10 wins. He won 12 last year. They went to the playoff, finally. They gagged it right away. This idea that they automatically come in as the number 2, the fuck out of here with that shit. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. I don't believe it. I don't buy it. I know Sark said it the other day, and he's making it real believable. No. You lost 11 guys to the draft. Everybody's telling us how Sherrone Moore can't get it done at Michigan because they lost 13 and Harbaugh. Sherrone coached that team through its biggest games of last season until the playoff. They lost 2 more players than you lost at Texas. And guess what? The most important coach on that team at Texas, you lost him to LSU. Brian Kelly's down there telling you, year 3, we've got all this depth. We look good everywhere. That's bullshit. They failed horribly in the portal. Yeah, they got Dominic McKinley. They didn't get anybody, and they had the worst secondary for sure, and probably the worst defense in the history of LSU. God awful. Yes, they changed it out. They changed out, full on changed the whole defensive coaching staff. They did very well with the guys they got. But who's going to get it done this year? You want to know why USC might beat them in Vegas in a few weeks? Because of that. You get in a shootout with a Lincoln Riley team, you can lose. You might win, but you could lose. If D'Anton Lynn and Matt Entz are as good as everybody as they've been everywhere else, because they've been very good, they could win. And especially because it's the first game, they won't have a bunch of guys injured. Later in the season is when I think SC is going to struggle. I don't know that they win that game either, but all right. Yeah. Lane went hard on Paul. He did indeed. That was funny shit. I like Paul Feinbaum, but that was funny. See, that's what I'm saying. All this talk, though, and that's what Teddy was saying. He wasn't dissing the SEC. He was saying If you're not Alabama or Georgia, shut up. Everyone says it's the whole league is so good. It's the attrition that you have to go through week after week. Guess what? You get to play and get ready for Oklahoma too every week. You don't play in Oklahoma every week. You don't. No matter who you are in the SEC, you don't play in Oklahoma every week. They have to adjust also. And they have to adjust to, in my mind, the best defensive coach in the country, period. It's arguable, I know. You can say Kirby if you want to. The numbers say defense-wise, the best is Venables. Head coach-wise, it's definitely Kirby right now. No doubt. But get ready because it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. All right. I was kind of surprised at what Jeff Lebby had to say about Coach Venables. But before I finish off that, I'm going to go ahead and play what Coach Venables had to say because I thought this was funny, talking about the Red River game and then obviously talking about the horns down stuff, which was funny. We're recapping SEC Media Day, so let's do that real quick, and then I'll get to the Lebby stuff. Oh, I'm going to have to do a different video. Which one is it? Well, if I can find it, maybe. Hold on real quick. Actually, I may have to do something else with it. There it is. Okay, got it. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Come on. There it is. Okay, got it.
You and Texas are in lockstep going into the SEC. And I don't know if you and Sark are going to be sharing information as y'all go into the conference together, but do you see the Texas-OU rivalry changing in any way?
I don't. I don't. And it's as deep-seated and hate-filled and emotional, of a rivalry as there is in all of college football. So I don't see how the conference affiliation, will make a big difference. What I would say is that, that's one of many games that you're going to have to find a way to grind it out. If you think that one is emotionally taxing, you're going to go into a lot of venues that the pageantry is going to be real. Those stadiums are going to be completely full, and a lot of people are going to hate your guts for 3 hours or so. So, I don't see it diminishing, that series and the emotion and the pageantry, the intensity of it whatsoever.
Coach, we're going to go over to the right side in the front row, over to your right. No.
I thought I had the second part of that too, but I guess not. So he starts talking about that's good stuff anyway. Yeah. I thought it was pretty funny that there was a few different times where I was like, good grief, these guys are talking about some weird shit. Some of the guys that they had at media days, we didn't get approved for media days. And some of the guys that were asking questions was like, wow. Neilio, you out of here? Oh, you're gonna listen. Okay, cool. Jamie Baby, outside of Bama and UGA, no one in the SEC has an argument for being better than OU. BV is the best defensive coach. Ask Saban. Yeah, Saban said it. Tulane was building a better culture than LSU to me before all the changes. Oh, you mean before Fritz left? Listen, I'm just saying LSU has all the talent. Now, don't get it twisted. They could flip it. And look, they may have enough talent in the room. Like I was telling you, that guy in the comment section was trying to act like LSU, that they're ready on defense when they were as bad as they were last year. Now, not saying they don't have guys on defense, because they probably have, if they use them, and Harold Perkins is one of the best players in the country if used correctly. Right? I think they're going to put him in the box and closer to the line this year. That makes them better. That makes them better. Okay. Dominic McKinley, he's a freshman, but he's a stud. You got to assume he's going to make him good, pretty good, but you can't depend on him to be that guy year one. Just like Oklahoma's not really depending on David Stone or Jaden Jackson to be that guy in the middle in year one. There's a reason why they paid to keep DJ Terry around. And when they got Dominic Williams, when Texas and LSU and USC and Mizzou were all chasing after him. Because Mizzou, they talk about Williams Nwaneri, who apparently is moving to the outside, isn't going to be playing the inside technique. He's not any bigger. And I hear he's a little soft, but that's just what I heard. Anyway, those guys, you can't depend on any of them as freshmen to be that dude necessarily. If they are, it's a bonus and you're good to go. And I think Bo Davis will do a good job there. Do they have other guys that are really good? Yeah, they do. Is their defensive coordinator pretty good? Apparently. I'll ask Rob, what do you think about the guy that left Mizzou? Rob, he's at LSU now. To me, it sounded like Drink was a little pissy about that in his press conference. He didn't want to talk about him. I respect Brian Kelly as a coach. LSU's a team to watch. They must fix the defense, though. I respect him to an extent. And I said when he went there that he would probably win a national championship. I don't know that he knows what to do down there, though. No, he was supposed to be the defensive tackle guy. But kind of like with Nigel. Nigel's also that tackle guy, but kind of a hybrid role between. You were probably going to see the same out of him, I think, always. I'm just talking shit because he didn't go to OU. I think he's good. I think he's good. Yeah, that's true. I agree. Ryman Lemon, you're late. What the hell? Yeah, I think he was a hybrid guy. So anyway. But I think the same thing. There's another guy that I think is probably going to, because he's put on a lot of weight. He about as much as he wants to. He's up at that 267 range. Just like I was saying whenever I was on with Jay last weekend. I think that was huge for him. He's going to end up making a mark somewhere as a freshman. I believe Danny Okoye will probably find a spot at times too. Now, they do have a lot of guys that are more upperclassmen that you expect more out of right now. But make no mistake, injuries notwithstanding, the guy that gets it done is the guy that's going to be playing. And this is the biggest part of why I believe Oklahoma will compete and end up winning the national championship soon. Because it's that kind of culture going on in that locker room. And that's what you heard the most out of Venables at SEC Media Days. And not just him, but Jackson Arnold and Billy Bowman, and of course Danny Stutzman, they all said the same thing. Challenge. You kept hearing the word challenge. Excited for the challenge. They expected it to be hard. They love it. Numbnuts. Yeah, good for you. Who cares? Yeah, here's the deal. I'm going to tell you this, Numbnuts. That's exactly what we're talking about right now is most of the SEC media don't know shit about Oklahoma. They know so much that they're picking a team that had 11 guys drafted to be number 2 in the league when y'all are going to lose 4. What does the SEC media poll mean? Nothing. Not shit. Here we go with this guy. Mm-hmm. Yep. I don't care about preseason picks at all. It's funny for you. I think it's funny that they're picking you guys to be number 2 in the league. I think it's hilarious. Mm-hmm. I think so too. You mean knock their head off mentality? See if you can, knock them out? I agree. That's true. Lemon. Yeah, for sure. They don't know shit while I was talking it. That's true. Let's see what else I'm here. All right. I'm going to go ahead and drop the call-in link. Hey, now, before I drop this link, I'm going to go ahead and get Bishop Frank to come in, but I want a bunch of callers. So a couple of minutes, no face, just all you have to do on your phone when you hit the link, it's going to ask you to okay your video and your microphone from your phone. You can say yes to either or both. You got to say at least yes to the microphone. But even if you say yes to the video, I won't pull the video. So you could just call in and talk. But let's talk about one of these things that we were talking about. And you can bring up whatever you want to talk about. A couple of minutes in and out of here. And there we go. Hey, Numbnuts, if you call in, I'll let you call in even. And you can say something, but watch your mouth. As far as like cussing too much, shit is okay, whatever. But don't get too wild because I'll kick you right out. But that's the one thing, guys. I do want a bunch of callers, and I don't mind it being a little. You can talk some smack, but go easy. All right, don't take it too far to where you're going to get me in trouble with my channel. Okay, that's what that is. All you guys, I want you to call in. All right, here it comes. Bishop Frank, jump in, and then the rest of you guys can come in. I'll bring you in one at a time. Here it comes. Link is in. All right. Let's see what else were we going to bring up. The Feinbaum shit was hilarious, wasn't it? Holy crap. That was awesome. Oh, good grief. That LSU guy, he's watching the video. He come in the live chat is what he ought to be doing. What a pain in the ass. Let's see who's first. Come on. We're going to have players scared to catch the ball across the middle because we're headhunters. Dude, I don't think you're wrong, T-Boomer. I don't think you're wrong. Eddie Black throwing them horns down. Love it. Oh, okay. Well, that does suck. You're welcome to anytime we do a call-in. I think we're going to start doing this. We're going to do a lot of call-in shows. So I'd like to have more people participating. Where the hell is Hankster? I haven't seen anything from him in a while. Jamie, baby. Neilio, can you call? You're on the road anyway. You don't have to type anymore. You can call, right? Hit the link. Rob077, you can tell me why Mizzou is going to be good, and I'll laugh at you, but you can tell me. Jay Chapman, come on, folks, hop in here. Somebody hop in here. Mars Jams. I got to hear a voice with some of you guys. None of you guys have really been in here much. T Boomer, come on. Where the hell is Hankster? Where's Bishop Frank? All right. I'll continue on. Jeff Lebby. I was actually surprised at how nice he was. Man, maybe not surprised. It may not be the right word. I was a little surprised at what you heard from Venables right away because of what's up there, Bishop Frank? How are you, sir?
Good. What's good? Salute, fam.
Salute.
This cookout is fire. Come on, y'all.
Yeah, I'm waiting for everybody to call in. Nobody else is, and you were slow on the uptake there. Even no video today.
No, still at you know what?
Oh yeah, got you. Yeah, listen. So I was just about to show. I was a little surprised that Venables was as nice as he was. He said Lebby was one of his favorite people ever, which kind of surprised me. But then Jackson said a lot of nice things about Lebby as well. That didn't surprise me. And then of course Lebby, I was just about to show, and let me show the video here of what he was saying. I thought it was really cool what he had to say. He probably should have said that on the way out, right?
Halfway back.
Hey, Jeff, George Stoya, Soonerscoop.com.
Can y'all hear
Hope you're
that pretty
doing
well?
Kind of got a two-part question for you. How did your time under Brent Venables the last 2 years maybe help you prepare for this job, both under Brent, but also just your time at Oklahoma? And then secondly, what can people expect from Jackson Arnold, somebody who recruited him and saw him play this last year?
Yeah, getting the opportunity to work for Coach V for the last 2 years, he did. He created an opportunity for me to go back to my alma mater and be able to get that thing off the ground with him. A great experience for me is being able to see him do it from year one to year two, and being this great coordinator who had an incredible amount of success, and then being able to get into that head coaching chair and find ways, man, just to keep getting better. And it was all about what's best for the program. It's all about what's best for the people inside our room. As consistent of a leader and a man as there is, I believe that in all of college football, and indebted to him, man, forever for giving me that experience. Part two to the question, obviously Jackson, I think everybody understands who knows that scenario and relationship, knows how I feel about him and him having the ability to continue great quarterback play at that university.
I thought that was huge what he had to say as far as, you know, he learned a lot about how to take over a program, it sounds like to me, which I don't know that I was really expecting him to say that. I guess that was what surprised me more than anything. I think it was really good. But what did you think there, Bishop Frank?
Truth of the matter is, he knows that what he's was able to start out with us, has allowed him to open up to get that job. So he wanted to pay homage. So now going forward, he knows he has built a bridge and realized, okay, I realized where I came from, and without him, I wouldn't have this opportunity.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I think so. I think whatever bad feelings there were about, whatever the games that they didn't play well in, that he didn't call a very good offense that day or whatever. And then, of course, the Art Briles thing. I think that whatever that is, it's still his alma mater, and there's still some love there. And families fight. So I would say that as much as we kind of dog him about it, he did have a good offense, and he definitely, because of him, if it wasn't for him, you probably don't get if it wasn't for him, you probably don't get Jackson Arnold, right? His recruiting was very important. Very important. Let's see. Would you agree with that, Bishop Frank?
Oh, no doubt, no doubt. And the truth of the matter is that now that he's at Mississippi State, he realized everything is going to fall on his shoulders, and whatever he learned from Venables and his many stints is going to be all played into this season and to start his new career as a head coach. And so he knows the fire is turned up, but understand he realized he appreciates that he had to go through the fire here.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. Yeah. Let me see something real quick. I'm trying to work on something. Hey, Rob, if you can hear me real quick, turn your camera part off. I don't know if you can, but let me see how that works. There you go. Gotcha. Welcome into the show, Rob077, our Mizzou guy. One of the few Mizzou guys we like.
Well, I'm glad somebody likes me.
What's up, man?
How you doing, man?
Good. Thanks for calling in. What you got? What do you want to talk about?
Well, I just want to say MID. I know you don't want to hear that, but that's all right.
MID? Is that what you said, MID?
Yeah, that's what I said. You know me. Sorry, man. I was walking out from the office to my car to get a little more privacy because it's kind of loud in there. No, man, I just want to call and say enjoy the show. And a lot of the Mizzou contents are all Homer, and which ain't, I guess, nothing wrong with that, but they don't talk a lot of other teams a whole lot. So that's why I enjoy your show, besides you giving me crap half the time, but everybody else. But, it's all good.
Listen, man, I'll tell you, the one thing I'll say is that you've been really good about it. You got thick skin. I think that's cool of you. You've been able to, you give it as much as you take it. So I appreciate that about people. Anybody who can come in here and go toe to toe back and forth with us, kind of the same reason that even some of these Texas guys we allow to stay. You know what I mean? So we appreciate you, man, for sure. And
hey, man, when you're taking,
go ahead.
I was gonna say, you got to have thick skin when you're taking 50 years of ass whooping from Oklahoma and Nebraska for all that time. You got to come on, man. You got to be realistic about what your team is, and be excited when they are good.
Yeah, listen, I don't blame you for being excited. I mean, look, they've definitely kind of done their thing. You know what I mean? It's for them to step up and even do what they did last year. Again, it is what it is. But I do think that it's good that you've got the fan base behind it, at least. I mean, I hope that if they don't win 10 games or whatever this year and don't take that next step, that the fans stick is what is the question that I would have. Do you think they will?
Yeah, man, they're Missouri fans. They're hard headed. They're gonna stick around. Right. I mean, it's 2025 when I think Oklahoma is going to step up and be a top 3 team in the SEC. Is where Mizzou's going to take a step back because they're losing a lot, But I mean, Drink is, as much as crap as you give Drink and some of the stuff he says, I don't necessarily like. But it's kind of immature at times. I think he is a hell of a coach, evaluator of coaches and talent, and he's a good recruiter, and he's starting to prove that. I wish Garrett Kinkle was the recruiter he was.
Yeah, he's definitely recruiting pretty well. I mean, look, it's tough to recruit where you are.
Yeah, it's so
And
you're like I
you haven't had the success because they haven't had it. There's been years that when Pinkel was there, they did some good things at times, but
yeah.
it just, I think he was a better coach than people gave him credit for sure. But I also think that it's a tough place to recruit too. Now the NIL thing, my only question is it sustainable? I don't know, because I wonder how long they continue to. It's the same thing I think about Ole Miss is they've never really coughed up all that money before, and if Lane doesn't take them to the playoff this year, they cough it up again, because you're never really going to be recruiting even where Missouri's at right now. And this is what I think. I don't know that Missouri's still going to be able to recruit in the top 10, or in the top 5 or whatever. You have to have at least one top 10 class to win an Natty in like a 4 or 5 year period. You have to. Otherwise, it's just never happened.
Yeah, so, I think if the administration steps up and spends not only NIL money on the players, but you got to have the resources as far as coaches and assistants to go out there and stretch that out. And that's something a lot of people don't understand. It's just not your 10 coaches you have on your staff. It's their other 10, 20 other people reaching out to alumni and coaches and all that other stuff that goes into the recruiting.
The athletic director, like the one they lost to Arizona too. I think that was a tough one. In the what's her last name? Murphy? Tina Kaiser Murphy or something like
that? Pierre. It was French, I think.
Francois. Yeah. She was at
she
UNLV
did a good
before that. She was when I lived in Vegas. She was still at UNLV, and they loved her, right?
Yeah.
When she went to Missouri, UNLV suffered after that for a couple of years because of it, and I think it was bad for them to let her go. It's those kind of things that happen that can screw you up, though, and it's tough if you're not Alabama or Georgia or LSU or somebody like Texas and Oklahoma, because they're gonna always spend money on that because they always have. That's where I think if I'm giving you a hard time about stuff, but generally speaking, that's why I don't know long term that Mizzou's going to be able to stick like that, because it's just, man,
they've never done it.
A lot of people, well, that's part of it, but the other part is that it's hard to recruit at that level, and I think that NIL can be an equalizer, but you have to change the entire culture, which means that all the fan base has to get used to the idea of pitching into that kind of stuff as well. The good news is you're getting SEC money, so there is a chance to kind of kick, but that's not NIL anymore. That won't be NIL. They'll still be able to pay, but it won't be the extra money that Alabama, Georgia, Oklahoma, Texas, LSU can pay at A&M.
Yeah. I think the one thing that a lot of people don't know about Mizzou is they are a really wealthy, deep-pocketed university. They just never spent the money or could get alumni or boosters to pitch in, and that's hoping what I think Drink can do from this point forward. So, but we'll see.
He does seem to connect with those people, and he's gotten them to open their pocketbooks a little bit. So that's good news for them. I mean,
yeah, it is.
You're still going to have to prove it to me, but I would say that that's one thing he has been able to do is get people to buy in outside of the program.
Hopefully we can.
And it takes.
Hopefully, you can prove it November 9th.
Yeah, I think November 10th you're going to be upset, but that's just going to be hard.
Oh yeah, you know what? That's all right. I'll still come on and give you crap if I lose, and give you crap if we win.
Facts. I get it, man. Well, thank you for calling in, man. I appreciate it.
Hey, man, you have a line again? I'll call in.
Okay. I appreciate it, man. Have a good one.
Enjoy the rest of the show. You too, man.
All right. 077. You guys are rough, man.
Hey, this gumbo is fire. You come on in.
Yeah, listen, man. This is why I give the dude props, though. Right there is because the guy he's willing to take the heat. He you know what I mean? I like it. I give him and Richard Shear, both of those two Mizzou fans that I can deal with. I have thought about trying to talk to that one creator that they were bringing up. Forget her name. She's funny. She will go right back and forth with you, though. She will go right back and forth with you. But at least she does on Twitter or whatever. But she's on some show there in Columbia. Or maybe it's Kansas City, but anyway. Can't let all these foreigners speak. It humanizes them, makes it harder for us to hate on them. Eddie Black said he doesn't have a problem. I don't like him. And then, see, this is Shelby's way. Bless their hearts. I love it. That's what she said about Texas. And then that's what she said about, I think it was Mizzou that you said that about before, huh? 15 preseason all SEC. Did they just release that? I've been waiting for that. Okay, let's look it up. Let's look up SEC, all SEC. There it is. All right. The media poll. Georgia, number 1, 165 points. That means they got most of them. Then Texas, then Bama, Ole Miss, Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt? Somebody gave Vanderbilt a vote. And somebody gave that can't be right. Those are first place votes, or okay, so for the champion, Georgia got, let me just share this so everybody can look. I don't see OU on the list. They're dogging OU like that. Now you're gonna get me wound up, Ari. Here we go. All right. So Georgia, the SEC champion, picking the champion, 165 points for Georgia. Texas, Bama, Ole Miss, Vandy got a vote for the champion. LSU got a champion vote. South Carolina. People that would vote Vanderbilt or South Carolina in that group, you shouldn't have a vote. You shouldn't have a vote. Hey, what do you mean keep your pants on? You better keep your pants on when you're listening to this show, weirdo. Don't be weird. It's crazy, 15. Oh, gosh. Okay. The predicted order of finish is Georgia, Texas, Bama, Ole Miss, LSU, Mizzou, Tennessee, then Oklahoma. So that's to finish 8th. In front of A&M, which I'm fairly surprised about, I guess. But hey, look, this is good. This is probably good. Yeah, I got this. Yeah. This is one of those rhyming limit. There's a difference in me laughing and me like, it's like a, awkward laugh. You know the difference? Preseason all SEC team on offense. Quarterback, Carson Beck. Running back, ETN. Running back from Auburn, Jarquez Hunter. Luther Burden. That definitely deserves to be there. Trey Harris from Ole Miss. Then Caden Prieskorn from Ole Miss. Offensive lineman, Tyler Booker. Will Campbell from LSU. Booker's, of course, the Alabama tackle. Kelvin Banks. Yep. He's left tackle for Texas. He deserves that. Tate Ratledge, UGA, and Cooper Mays from Texas also. Does that make sense? Second team quarterback, Quinn Ewers. Raheem Sanders, running back from South Carolina. CJ Baxter, Montrell Johnson Jr. I guess they both tied for that one. From Florida. Isaiah Bond, Kyron Lacey, Mason Taylor, Emory Jones, Caden Proctor, Xavier Truss, Dylan Fairchild. I understand the line picks. No Oklahoma fans yet. Third team, Deion Burks on the receiving team. Third team receiver. Jalen Milroe, Justice Haynes, Ulysses Bentley, the running backs, Deion Burks, Dominic Lovett from Georgia, Oscar Delp from Georgia, Ernest Green from Georgia. Yeah, 15. That's 15 is what you got. Marcus Cox from Kentucky. Trey Zoon III from A&M. Jaden Roberts from, I don't know if that's Alabama or Auburn. So one on offense. James Pierce, Walter Nolan from Mizzou, or no, sorry, Ole Miss. They do the UM stuff. It's weird. Deion Walker, Nazir Stackhouse, Harold Perkins, Danny Stutzman's on the first team. Deontay Lawson, Michael Williams, Malachi Starks. That makes sense. Billy Bowman's on the first team with them. Malachi Moore from Bama. That makes sense. Maxwell Hairston. So you got 2 on the defensive first team. Second team defense, Shamar Turner, Landon Jackson, Nick Scourton, Tim Smith, Jared Ivy Debo, Williams, Anthony Hill. Anthony Hill is good. Yeah. I mean, I get the Georgia picks. Chade Barron. Andrew Makuba, what has he done? Malik Muhammad. I mean, you got 2 guys on the defensive secondary when they were trashed in the secondary last year. Yeah, I struggle with that. Tim Keenan. Let's see. Nobody on the defensive line? No Dominic Williams on the defensive line. Wow. So a total of 3 then. One on offense on the third team, and then 2 first teamers on defense for Oklahoma. Bishop Frank, did you see all that?
I did.
Thoughts?
We ready. We ready. We ready for this smoke.
For the smoke. Well, there's another thing to, hey, look, if you're Coach Venables, you got to love it, right? You got to love it.
The simple fact is hey, they can make up lists, but when you get between the white lines, you sure can't win with lists.
Another truism from Bishop Frank. I agree. I would agree with that. See, sometimes you just got to be here to calm me down a little bit. But if you're Coach Venables, it's great because you get more material with which to motivate your team, right? The more shit they talk about you, the more they believe that you're just going to be crappy, the better. I hope they're overlooking you on that Saturday.
Hey, the simple fact is, let's be honest.
Have a good one.
They didn't need to give us much.
You out of here?
So,
yeah, no, they didn't. They didn't. But when you're saying that Oklahoma's going to have and the one thing they will say is that they're going to have one of the top defenses in not just in the SEC, but in the country. But then you only put 2 guys from that defense in there. There's no way 2 guys would add up to one of the best defenses in the SEC. Not 2.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, Georgia's got sheesh. On defense, Georgia has, let's see, 1, 2, 3. In the first team, they had 3. They've got 1 in the second team, 1 in the third team. So they got 4 guys. 3 in the first team. Yeah, 3 in the first team, 4 in the first, 3 in the first team. 4 or 5. 5 guys on the on one of those 2. I love it too. Only Luther will show more than LB3. Yeah. Yep. Well, but just like, I mean, I don't see it, man, with it. All these guys from Texas making it in there. On the defensive side, that's why they're going to not be that good. They've got 4 or 5 dudes on that. I understand the linemen getting there. I understand the Texas linemen being all over the first team, Doesn't make a lot of sense that the place that they're probably going to be the weakest, that they've got them picked in the in the preseason.
All I can say, Jason, is let them do what they do. I have never seen a preseason poll win the Natty, and so we just need to keep stacking the days.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Yeah, if you're Dominic Williams, if you're Ethan Downs, if you're Robert Spears Jennings, or even Peyton Bowen, and you're not getting no love, it should give you some little fuel to your fire. You know what I mean? What up there, USCJ? What's up with you, man? Thank you. I don't know that I'm the hardest.
Big salute.
That's you there. That's you, brother. Are you working today, or you want to pop in? You can call in. Just call in. You're welcome to. Look at there. Hey, Unc, are you saying that he didn't belong there, or are you saying that it's messed up that he's not on the top 3 teams? What are you saying, Unc? You can call in. Cool. I'll drop it in there right now. We're gonna get USC.
Big salute.
He doesn't belong. I knew.
Jay.
Hey man, Unc, you can't keep firing bullets at the kid whenever he's been killing it the last year. Me and K Chris apologized for dogging him before. You gotta get on board here. There's that link, Jay. It's in the chat. Pop in. Let's see. Griffin Wright, he's a dog. You balling out this year. You dirty. He's laughing about it too. Unc is rough. He was rough on Dylan all last year, always throwing strays that way. He's been still throwing strays at Ethan. Man, it's dirty.
Hey, it's some strays flowing out in these streets. You better duck.
For sure. Unc, you can call in too, man. I'll drop that link. If you want to pop in, you can. You don't have to show your face or nothing. You're welcome on my show, even though K Chris don't ever let you on his. Barnes should have made the first team. For sure. Yeah. I think so. I can't believe I don't understand how. Yeah, no worries. You can call in whenever, USCJ. I don't understand how. I mean, Isaiah Bauman wasn't really. How many balls did he catch last year? It wasn't much. I mean, I think he's good, and he was a 5-star, but seems like the only big thing he did was in that game against Auburn, just catching that last one. He's a speed guy, but I don't think he definitely isn't as good as Barnes. Let's see what he did last year. He had 4 touchdowns on 48 catches, 668, and no Nick. Hey, they didn't give no love to Nick 6. They didn't get. This is a dirty.
That's all right.
It's a dirty list.
We understand tough love. We receive it, and we keep all receipts.
Absolutely, this is a receipt to keep too. If you're an Oklahoma guy, and if you're an Oklahoma player, you should be pinning this in your locker. It should be all over the place. If you're Nick Anderson, if you're none of the running backs getting no Gavin Sawchuk getting any love, you know, he had what 5-6 straight 100-yard rushing games at the end of the year, and not even third team love. That shit ain't right.
It's rough up in these streets.
And meanwhile, on the third team, you've got, I don't know who, I'm not for sure here. You had 2, Justice Haynes running back, and then you had What did I miss? Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Never mind. It was just, well, Jalen Milroe. Yeah. I mean, come on, man. Ain't right. Well, thank you for the super chat there, Rob077. Appreciate you. You didn't say nothing in the chat, but good talking to me. Appreciate you calling in, my man. Good stuff.
Well, I will say this, you guys. I was on another show, and I stood on business. I let them know 9-3, and understanding that in itself is what we're building on. Is knowing that our defense, 96% of our defense is coming back. And so with that, and making sure that we know what Bill Bedenbold does with 3-star offensive linemen.
Yep.
He's got a track record.
Yep.
So it makes for an awesome season because they keep dumping on us and adding fuel to our fire. And hey, that's what we want to be. Because the last time that happened in 99, 2000, what happened?
Yeah, you're right. You're definitely right. I would agree with that.
And they were saying about a journeyman quarterback at that time by the little name of Heupel.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Josh Heupel. I mean, yeah.
So, yeah, I keep all receipts. I'll just let them know we're ready for this fire.
Yeah. One secondary member, and you've got, I mean, Gentry probably should have been at least, second, third team, maybe. I think Peyton Bowen, same. Robert Spears Jennings, you could probably say the same. I don't know. What about, and even like, whoa, man, they're missing a lot of dudes. If you think about this for a second, think about it. No Deshaun McCullough anywhere on that list. No Ethan Downs anywhere on that list.
Correct.
We're talking about the team that brings the most talent back to their defense and are picked to be first or second, maybe third, depending on who you're talking about, defense in the league with the best defensive coach in the country.
There's a lot of people that don't believe.
No Dominic Williams, freshman. He was a freshman All-American 2 years ago. No Dominic Williams.
Yeah, that one is odd.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't make any type of sense.
Yeah,
but that's okay. We keep all receipts. Remember,
that's what I'm saying.
It's a long season, and each and every week we got to go 1-0. So we know that. So that's why we just keep stacking days.
Yeah. Yeah, and I would say offensively, yes. Nick, best SEC wide receiver. Gavin, best SEC running back. Watch. I think that Nick is right up there. But I also think that, I don't know. I think that there's a lot of guys that are gonna share catches. I don't know that you're gonna. We know that Deion Burks he's that guy he's the home run hitter. You're going to catch a lot of touchdowns with Nick because of his size. Same thing with Gibson. Those guys are touchdown machines. He only, what was it? He had like 13 catches or something last year, and he had 5 touchdowns. They're touchdown machines for sure. But I think that Deion Burks is the kind of guy that he can go get 1,000 yards easily and have 10 touchdowns easily. Just because of, it'll be easy. Yep. Yeah, and they didn't give him any love. They didn't give him any love. I mean, you've got Lovett's on there. I can see that. I understand Lovett being on the third team. But Isaiah Bond being the second team guy with, I don't know that I don't think much of him. Kyron Lacy, yeah, I like Kyron Lacy. He's the second team. But like, yeah, Trey Harris, I guess. But it's honestly, that's only having 2 receivers. I guess they don't really have a slot spot. Because
Can I ask you a question though?
Go ahead.
Have you ever known somebody to replace 11 staunch people and make it to the Natty?
Who are you talking about? Oh, Alabama?
No, Texas.
Oh, Texas? No, we've been saying that. They're going 8-4, Bishop Frank. They're going 8-4. That's not even joking around or just trolling. That's not. They're going 8-4.
But see, here's the thing is they want Texas to be back. We know this.
Oh, that's true.
And that's why I say it's better for us to just keep the receipts and keep working out our craft and stacking the days. Because we know the fact is if they would remember last year,
yeah,
you had 4 tries and couldn't get it in.
Yeah, I get it.
And wait a minute, aren't those 11 people, weren't they on the field? My bad.
Right.
Documentation beats conversation.
They even put in Sweat, and they put Murphy and Sweat in the backfield and on 2 of those plays and didn't get in. Using them as blockers and didn't get in.
Yeah. Murphy got blew up. He didn't want that fire. So
yep. Nope. That's it. It's wild. Let's see. What does he say? Burks will succeed early and then start getting double, and other dudes will light it up. That's the thing. I don't think that you can top to bottom in the wide receiver room, even if you don't have necessarily the best SEC receiver, because I would tell you that Luther Burden is the best SEC receiver, probably. You know, I mean, you could say, who else could you say? Maybe you've got the kid at South Carolina that they were going to make him a defensive end at Georgia. What's his name? Somebody give me his name. Yeah, Theo's still in Columbia. He's not a first team guy though. He never lived up to that 5-star thing. He was injured too much. Which coach player interview impressed you the most out of Oklahoma guys? I was impressed with Oklahoma all over a bit. I thought that they did a good job as far as I thought they did a really good job as far as just having the same message. They were on brand with their messaging. Welcome into the show, our boy USC Jay. What's up, my
man? What's the word, man? Hey, I may have to go on mute for a second, but I want to tap in with you though, man. How you doing?
Good, man. Doing a little call-in show. We were just kind of breaking down kind of recapping the week that was in SEC Media Days, looking at this garbage preseason all SEC poll.
I didn't even see that poll yet, but I think I asked you that yesterday. I kind of wanted to know where everybody stands, really, specifically your team, of course, Oklahoma. But you know what, though, man? You know, this whole SEC thing, you know, I mean, I guess what the highlight is for me is this lost in the sauce Paul Feinbaum, man. He's lost in the sauce on so many levels. He's been called out by everybody, including Lane Kiffin yesterday. I know you saw that, right?
We did. We were just kind of bringing that up as well. I knew I'd get you on that one.
Yeah, we saw that.
Talk about that one.
Yeah. Hey, you know what's crazy though? You know, he tried to call out Lincoln Riley. He tried to call out Lincoln Riley, right? So my thing is this: Lincoln Riley won 11-3 his first year. Went to a major bowl game. Second year, 8-5. Finished out playing against Louisville in the Holiday Bowl. But why you not calling out Mario Cristobal, who went 5-7, right? And 2022, and then 7-6 in 2023. But you want to call out Lincoln Riley, and then Jimbo Fisher, Texas A&M, what they did over there, he didn't call him out, but then Kevin Sumlin him. But now he wants to, I guess, because he's in the SEC. But I can go on and on and on about him. You can tell I'm really pissed about him, how he tried to call out.
I hear it. Hey, you know what though? You're not wrong about it. When it comes to Cristobal, I don't know. Shotty was in here. We were on Coach I's show when we were doing the Saturday night snap count, which we're doing that this week. We're doing the Saturday night snap count Saturday night as well. Make sure you guys all tap in with this. But
yeah,
Shotty was trying to tell me that, well, they got better last year. They went from, what did they go, 5 wins in the first year under him, and then he went to like 7 last year. Like, bro, that's not better when you've got that kind of talent there, though. When you're recruiting that kind of talent,
it's terrible.
Yeah, dude.
Big salute, Jay.
This Bishop Frank's on the line also with
you.
Hey,
salute to you, man.
Are they still lost in
the
sauce?
How you doing, Bishop Frank?
Are they still lost in the sauce, my brother?
Oh, bro, they lost in the barbecue sauce, bro. Big time, man. Big time.
Lost in the barbecue sauce.
But it's all good. Hey, I think we're gonna redeem ourselves, man. I think we're gonna recover this year, and I think everything gonna be good. But like this year is a must win for USC, no doubt about it. Or, like if we don't win this year and really start making some moves, it's really gonna be on Lincoln Riley big time.
I think it is too. I think you're right. Yeah, I think that. Look, here's the thing, and I did that video, and I know OU fans hated it. I know they did, but the USC fans loved it. By the way, it's got a lot of views just in the last few hours.
I know they did. Hey, I share. Well, man, I've been sharing it like crazy, bro. Like that dude, and you gotta pay attention to the analytics, but really, the analytics is only lining up with some of the things that I've already mentioned on my show. I know you probably been seeing it. Like you can't discredit or disregard the fact that Eric Henderson, guys like that who coach Aaron Donald, Kobe Turner. Then you got Deanton Lynn, who turned the number 98 defense into the number 10 total defense last year in UCLA. And then, of course, Doug Belt, who came from Alabama and then Houston, coach guys like Mika Fitzpatrick and then Matt Ince. Like, how do you discredit these guys that are quality coaches? Mm-hmm. And here's the thing. Lincoln Riley has never been in this position before. So for Lost in the Sauce, Paul Feinbaum to kind of revert back and kind of refer back to, what Lincoln Riley used to be and attaching him to his old past, you can't do it because it don't even exist no more. So why don't you give him credit where credit is due and see where everything is going to be at this year, because the guy has never been here before. He's hired a whole new coaching staff. So now you got to see where the chips fall. You feel me?
I do. I get what you're saying. I mean, and I told you yesterday, I was kind of saying that in here. We had talked a little bit yesterday, and where I'm coming from with Lincoln Riley and what we've seen with him. Now, the difference is that they did hire not just, Danton Lynn, unbelievable. Coach Henney, unbelievable. Coming from, the guy was coaching the best defensive tackle maybe in the history of the league, right? Then you've got Ince. I believe that Matt Ince is the reason. Look, I think there's a reason why they did that. Well, there's a reason why they brought all these coaches in, because Lincoln needs those guys to figure out how to be to take care of an entire staff. The problem that I see there is, because I think you're in trouble right now recruiting. They've plummeted and lost a lot of those guys. My question has been, what are you going to do when you're not getting those guys in California? And it's because they're not. And I don't understand how that can be when you've got Alabama's got 4 or 5 guys out of California, and out of the top 10 guys in California, USC's got 1. That's wild to me, and it's, to me.
Well, I'm gonna kind of explain to you. I'm gonna explain to you like exactly what.
Okay, go ahead.
Can you? Oh, my bad. It was kind of breaking up. I'm gonna explain to you exactly like what's taking place. Like there is a new reality in place that a lot of people, and I think USC has kind of, they lost in the sauce with it. You know what I mean? And that's the NIL aspect of it. And like, this coaching staff recruited they did their job. They're recruiting their behinds off, so much so that they pull out guys out of Georgia like Justice Terry, Isaiah Gibson, all these different guys, Hilton Stubbs, all these guys who just recently decommitted because of other reasons, Like they came on campus, and the coach's job is to get these guys all the way up into the part to where they recruit. Got them committed, and it was cool. However, there was another piece to it that, you know, I'm not going to get into the whole details of it, but there's another piece to it that has to be, you know, secure. Yeah, it's the NIL piece. But as it relates to the California guys, you got to look at it. We got guys like the big-time linebacker, I think number 4 linebacker in the country, Noah McHale, and another guy that just went to Texas A&M. It's not because they winning. Texas A&M went 5-7 in 2022, and they had the best class overall. And in 2023, they went 7-6 as well, just like Miami. It's not because of the winning. It's because of the NIL. So we got to look at it from that perspective. And, of course, we had a couple guys to go to Alabama. You know, Damani Jackson transferred. And then we had Zevion Brown that went to Bama as well. Both of those guys are modern-day guys. So we got some guys from California, though, like safety Marquise Gallegos. We got another guy by the name of Marcellus Williams from St. John Bosco. Like, I don't think you're going to get all the players. This is college football as a whole. And you look at Texas, look at where Riley Pettyjohn is going. He's going to Ohio State. The college football landscape is totally different now as a whole. And, you know, I know people they like to magnify California. If you notice it on 3 in 24/7 Sports, these guys like to magnify it. But man, look at the players we pulled out of the state of Georgia. People don't talk about like a Cam Fountain, guys that we did have Justice Terry and the other guys out of the state of Georgia, but it was like going into Georgia's backyard. It's the same thing. But if we would have had our other stuff together, we would have secured these guys. You get what I'm saying?
Well, my wonder is, and I asked you this the other day whenever we were on the phone, how the hell are you going to pay Lincoln Riley $100 million? And you had to have paid these other guys a lot to get that defensive staff. There's no two ways around that, right?
Oh, yeah.
How are you going to invest that much in your coaching staff and then not support it with the NIL dollars too? I don't understand that.
I think, man, there's a hesitation just based on, I'm not even going to say hesitation. The money's there, but it is a hesitation. I take that back. It's a hesitation based on past sanctions and all that. But when Tennessee, the situation with Tennessee now, it kind of freed up everybody to just kind of say, okay, we all just going to kind of move and groove, and we all going to all out pay for play, basically. But USC,
that's what it is.
Yeah, that's absolutely what it is. But I think it's a level of hesitancy just based on the past. And I think that they're in the process of you know, fixing it, but and they paying NIL, but it's just not like the way you see Oregon doing it. Oregon got a lot of California guys because I got a buddy, his son plays at Oregon. I know how much they're getting. You know what I mean? Right. I mean, he ain't even starting. You know what I mean? And so it's like they just giving these guys the bag, man. And look, man, money talks. Like, look, I'm from South Central LA, bro. Like, I'll be honest with you. Growing up where I grew up at, if I got that type of money offered to me, I'm gone, bro. You know what I mean? Like, it's not even.
I understand that. I agree. Here's what I would say. I think a lot of these, you have to get the NIL in order. There's no two ways around it. We say this a lot on this show. But look, when Lincoln was in Oklahoma, he didn't get Oklahoma kids. That's why Oklahoma State got good, because they were getting all the Oklahoma kids. He didn't pay any attention to them. So I know there is an issue there. There's been an issue in the past there. I'm not saying it's all his fault, but to me, when none of these guys that are going to Modern Day or to St. John Bosco or any of these places out that we know are killing it in national college, national high school football on a national level, I mean, that none of them are choosing. I mean, Oklahoma's got the best quarterback in the class for next class, or for the 26 class, is already in the boat with Oklahoma. And I know you guys are probably still going to maybe you're going to still get Julian Lewis, but I would just say, man, it would concern me that you're not even getting those dudes out of there, though, out of California. And
well, we're getting, that's the thing, we're getting, we just got a guy.
Whoa, dude, what's going on here? Because USC owns California usually.
Well, we do, but the thing is, like, I will say this to your point. I agree with you to some extent, and that is, I think they really need to hit the inner cities like Crenshaw High School, like where I grew up at Crenshaw High School, Inglewood. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like Long Beach Poly. There's some other schools, Sarah,
Fact.
Centennial.
Yeah,
There's some other schools in the city that you definitely got to hit.
Little Sal and
And
stuff.
you know,
Yeah,
you can't, you can't just focus on St. John Bosco. And there's more
No.
schools in California than St. John Bosco modern day. But we did pull some from
I was just
modern day.
mentioning the two major ones, but
Yeah,
like Sal and like all. I mean, look, Oklahoma got Devon Mitchell, you know, tied in.
Right.
There. You know, you would think that should be right up Lincoln Riley's alley is to get that guy. You know what I'm saying? And
I agree, man.
That had to do with Hawkins. You know, he had played with Hawkins in Texas and stuff like that too. Don't get me wrong, Oklahoma's always done a good job in California. All I'm saying is these guys, there's a past with Lincoln that you've seen him not get those guys in the in-state guys. That you know you have to win your state. You have to win your state. You have to be able to lock down, get your best one. And that's the concern that I would have if I'm a USC fan. Now I do, and that's
no, I totally agree.
I think it may have been a year late on the coaching stuff. They should have went and got these guys a year ago. Then you don't, because if they don't win 9 or 10 games like that, I mean, look, man, his model says what it says. Even if they go 9-3, they'll be okay. They've got one of the tougher schedules overall in the country.
Yeah, we'll be okay. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, you'll be okay.
And we can still probably make the playoffs. I think.
That one. But if you don't,
right.
75-year Lincoln's in deep shit.
Oh man, no. If we don't win, I totally agree. If we don't win 9-3 games, man, it could be it's not even just about the perception with the media and the athletes. I'm talking about the USC fans. I mean, people don't know, like LA fans, bro, like they will turn on you. They will turn on you quick, man. It's not, I mean, you know what I mean? They gonna put the full court press on you, man. Big time.
It doesn't make it a whole lot different than Oklahoma right there, bro.
Yeah.
They don't play. Yeah.
So I agree, man. We could do a lot better, bro. Like I really agree with you. We could do a lot better in recruiting Southern California. We've gotten a couple of guys, but you know, we should be getting more. But you know, I think if we, like I said, the other piece is you got to factor in NIL. You got to think about this. You got to think about taxes. You got to think about how many people are considering the cost of living. How many people are considering, you know, because these guys have agents now, right? And so the agents gonna get a percentage. You know, these guys gonna get their percentage, and then, you know, if you go to a place like, I'm not even gonna name out these places. I'm not trying to show nobody no love, but I'm not trying to help a recruit either. But you know, it's just different. Yeah. The money is different. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I get it. And I mean, look, that was the issue. I think even year one with Venables is that they were wondering, what are we going to do with this NIL thing? Plus, he came from working with Dabo, and Dabo's still not adjusting, right? He's still digging his feet in, saying we're not gonna get guys out of the portal. They went 8-4, and he said the guys in the portal weren't good enough to play at Clemson. Bro, what are you talking about? You know?
Yeah, right. Man, Dabo is lost in the sweet sour sauce, bro. And bottom line,
he lost his mind. Yeah,
bottom line,
he lost his mind.
He is stubborn, man.
Stubborn.
Super
and
stubborn.
I mean that sounds like coaches, right? I mean, coaches are always stubborn, and especially when they won. But to me, you have to be willing to. Why is Nick Saban the GOAT? Because he evolved. Now he got to a point that I think he was sick of it, you know, with the whole thing. But man, I'll tell you this: the reason he stayed good for as long as he did was because he was able to evolve and change his offense and do some of the other stuff that he would have never done that before, right? Never. But for Dabo to be like, we won doing it this way. Well, yeah, but nobody's doing it that way anymore. And you haven't won. You've been, every year has been a game worse. Since Venables left particularly. That's another part of it, I think, too. Their defenses are still good, but they're not what they were. So, I don't know, man.
Right.
But I think,
I agree with you, man. I got to get out of here, Jay.
Had to get it together on NIL, too. So I get it. But that would be my thing. There ain't no way that USC fans ought to allow them to not get right on the NIL side of it. They need to figure that out.
Well, they're working it out. They're working it out, and it's not. They have the funds. It's just all about the system and the structure of the system. You know, that's what it's about. So, but I think they're in the process of working some things out. They're just a little bit, slow in it. But it's not a lack of money. It's just a lack of structure. So we can kind of leave it at that.
Big salute, Jay.
Too many people.
Hey, yeah, salute to both of y'all brothers, man.
Hey, man, we appreciate you coming in, man. I know
okay, I'm gonna get out of here, man. But hey. Oh yeah, no doubt, man. Stay blessed, and I'll give you a holler, man. Everybody subscribe, USCJ on YouTube.
Yeah, make sure you guys get over there to USCJ. His show's awesome. He said I was the hardest. I appreciate you, man.
Easy though.
All right, man. Later. He said I was the hardest working guy. There ain't no way. That's him. he's up in the middle of the night making videos, and because he works during the time, so he's pumping them out, man. And he gets done with his job and he's back going live and stuff every day. USCJ is a hard worker, man. Lots of respect for him, man. And he's you can tell too, Bishop Frank, he's trying to I support the program and stuff, and I get that, man. I get that.
Yeah. Well, I respect now that LR and their staff made that decision to let the Grinch go, because it was just a little too late. But at least give them credit for doing that part. Now they just got to build from there, and they're starting to see the effects in recruiting based on that.
Based on what they had, is that and then you have things like and he was talking about Paul Feinbaum. Once the narrative's out there that you don't do good on defense and you're never going to do good on defense, then now it's going to everybody hears it. It's all over. I mean, that Paul Feinbaum clip went from ESPN, which nobody watches ESPN per se anymore. They watch clips of ESPN on YouTube. But that means millions of people have seen that. Millions. So particularly kids, they don't watch TV. They watch their phone. So these recruits, it's not good. It's not good for them. So I think that this is a critical year for Lincoln Riley. And I told him that yesterday. That's what we were talking about. I think it's a critical year for Lincoln. And I get it. Oklahoma fans, we could give a shit less about Lincoln Riley. We could care less about the dude. I think there's a reason that Matt Entz is there. He won back-to-back national championships, and now he's the assistant head coach in charge of on defense. So he's the assistant head coach, and then it's defense. D'Anton Lynn killed it at UCLA. They were not playing good defense before he got there. He made them a top 10 defense. Coach Henderson had been at with the Rams. Coaching Aaron Donald. He was Aaron Donald's guy. So they were doing a good job. And but to me, if you can go to Georgia and get Justice Terry and Isaiah Gibson to commit, why can you not get California? That don't make sense to me. That means that something's happened. There's a disconnect somewhere.
Yeah, no doubt.
To me, that disconnect, it's not because of them. They just got there. So that disconnect came from the last staff, and that's something that Lincoln has to fix. It's something that Lincoln has to fix, or they got to get him out of there. So if he doesn't win this year, I think it's critical for him. I don't think, and it's like he said, the LA fans will run him out.
Yeah, no doubt. Simple fact is right now, this is the first major hurdle for LR to make that decision to let Grinch go and now to hire that staff. But understand, now you're up against it.
Yep.
He has no room. And so he can't keep missing and recruiting.
Well, you can say you want it to be, it's a refresh or whatever, but to them, they're not going to say yes to that. You know what I mean? They're not.
They're SC. They're proud tradition a program. So they have fired coaches for less.
Much less. Yeah. Oh yeah. Plain and simple. Right? Plain and simple. So that's where to me, I feel like that's what you have to contend with, is that, you know, look, they're just not. I don't know. They think the one thing I would say is that's a lot of money to leave on the table if you're if you're them. You know what I mean? That's a lot of money to leave on the table. So I don't know. I don't know. It seems like they should give him at least another couple years. But if they were to go, I feel like if they were to go even. What's all that background noise there? I'm something's going. If they even go like something like 7-5, I think he's in trouble, because that'd be back-to-back 7-5 years. Right now, they're ranked by 247's got them at. Let's see, they had them number 25 in the composite. The composite ranking is what I'm trying to get here. So, and then On 3 has them at. Wow. Am I missing it? Oh, yeah, they got them at 18 and On 3. Because of Julian Lewis, they're still there. But they were like number 2. Alan Tran. What's up, dude? Said hell, same time frame was doing a better job. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
But Helton also, he had a nice staff with him. I mean, at that time, he took over. Didn't he take over for Sark? And then
I believe he did.
Yeah, it was for Sark, and so he still had Coach O there. Well, Coach O left though because he wanted the job. Anyway, they had a better staff and they had good recruits.
Yeah, he left.
The thing is that Lincoln brought a Heisman guy with him and won 11 games. You do that, they expect you to continue now. He might have gotten a little more leash had he not have gone 11 wins, which the 11 wins was a mirage anyways. It was a mirage. Anyway, they're dropping, and it could get a lot worse if they don't win. If they win nine games, they're probably going to be fine, right? They'll be able to get a few or whatever. If not, it's going to be tough. Stink Cat is calling in. Let's get him on the line. What's
Who
up,
do
bro?
you think is will be the 12-team playoffs?
Who do I think will get in the 12-team playoff? I don't know yet. We'll talk more about that in a few minutes. What's up, Stink Ass Cat? Welcome into the show. Thank you for the call.
Thank you, Jason. It's good talking to you the first time.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I was hoping you were going to call in. What's going on? What's on your mind?
Well, let me shout out to Bishop Frank and all you guys you got in chat. I love being in chat with all the guys, lady.
Big salute.
Really enjoy every day. I wanted to mention to you what you just said about Lincoln Riley, and how that kind of has something to do with OU this year and how they're getting slip on going into the SEC. What you mentioned about Riley, and this is Brian Kelly also, their first years in a new conference, they did really good right away. But then they got exposed, both of them for defense. And another team that did really well first year in conference was Missouri. Now I don't know their history back then. I just know that they went to conference championship like the first year or two. The difference in OU going into this conference is we've got BV, so we know our defense is solid. But not only that, but the personnel he's put on that staff is going to make it to where we're not going to be in the same situation a year or two down the road that these other head coaches have been in.
Mm-hmm. So wait, let me make sure I understand what you're saying. So you're saying, repeat that last part again. Tell me what you're saying though. So because of the fact that, you know, they showed out early and then they weren't good, so you think that's going to hurt their defensive recruiting? Is that, are you agreeing with what I said, or what was
I'm just saying, okay, for example, USC, they came into the league and they were lighting it up in the Pac-12 that first year.
Right.
By the end of the year, teams were figuring them out, and look what happened, right?
Yep.
Kelly went to the championship his first year in the SEC. Well, last year they had the Heisman, and look what happened to them because they had a bad D. They were exposed for not having a good defensive coordinator.
Correct. And that not only that, but they also Lincoln did them no favors by just not running the football.
Well, exactly. Well, I mean, we could talk for hours about Lincoln and the discrepancies, but the coaching staff, BV was putting in a really strong coaching staff ahead of time instead of after the fact, like Kelly, like Riley, having to go out and find these coaches after they had a bad season. That's the difference for us going into the SEC this year is we've got a really, really strong coaching staff.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree with you totally on that. I think that that's right on the money is that you have to, he's been, something that was said on the video that I did the other day when we were talking about USC and, with the CFB professor, Adam McClintock, he was talking about that. He said that their model that they do, he does the projections for all this stuff on the side, but their business at Matrix Analytical is basically coach grading. So what they do is they sell their services to athletic directors and coaches to be able to help replace coaches. So say you need to hire, he made the comment about you need to hire a wide receiver coach. They give you the analytics of this guy would work good with you, and he goes, they know because they can look at every play. And so say for a defensive back coach, right? They know every play in college football that happened that year. They and it's all logged, and whether it was an interception or a reception, and for however many yards it was, whatever, incompletions, whatever may happen, and they can grade. They're going to grade the secondary coach on what he's doing, and they may know whether he's a good X's and O's guy or if he's a good recruiter. They have all these different data points that they grade these coaches on. What he was talking, and I don't want to give away my whole second video that's coming up, which I will be releasing that tomorrow. But essentially, he was talking about those USC guys. Every one of them was way up there, high ranked. Way up there, high ranked. Danton Lynn is he was one of the top ranked defensive coordinators in the country. Of course, and then he was, I don't want to give away what he said about BV or about Zach Alley and those guys, but essentially he was saying that, look, these guys they're the real deal. Matt Ince is another one of those guys that's considered to be one of those defensive minds. They did it with defense when he was at North Dakota State or South Dakota State, whichever it is. They won back-to-back. They're in the middle of a 29-game win streak, and they're back-to-back national champions. And he left there to go to USC. In my opinion, the reason that both of those guys are there, because first off, they've got to fix the defense. If you're going to win at USC, think about Pete Carroll. Yes, they had Reggie Bush and Matt Leinart and those guys. They won because their defenses were ungodly.
Yeah, I get that. I understand what you're saying. And I'm not downplaying the defensive coaches that USC has got for this year. But the question is, can they come in and make that same impact they made at UCLA in 1 year?
And
that's hard to do.
I think it's a great question, Stink. The reason I say that, I think it's a great question because the question is, does Lincoln play? Because whatever we think about Grinch, and I don't think he's good, but Lincoln didn't help him be better.
I agree.
Not playing complimentary football. That's what Coach was talking about the last few weeks when we talk about SC. Right?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
That's the question. Is Lincoln going to make that step and be more complimentary for and run the damn ball? Run the damn ball. If if I'm a fan of SC, I want to run the ball. Period.
And Tebow's shown up to this point that he's going to do whatever he wants to do. He likes putting that out there. he's going to do it his way. And if you don't like it, tough. So we'll see what happens. But I think there's so many people sleeping on OU. They have no idea. The staff, they have no idea what's been built here. And I know everybody from OU loves BV, but what he's done with that defense and what you're going to see the third year, going from rebuilding that program from the ground up, I mean, it's going to be amazing. And I don't think there's another coach out there, defensive coach, could have done what he's done here.
Mm-hmm. No, I don't. Well, I agree. I think he was the perfect hire, right? They made the perfect hire there. And that's why, the USC fans could be pissed off about the video we did on Friday all they want to. Or maybe it was Monday. Whatever. Whenever the one where I was saying, that this whole discussion about that the USC guys on Voice of College Football, Matt and Tim, Feinbaum goes after Lincoln, and Matt and Tim go after freaking Venables. What are we talking about?
Yeah.
What are we talking about? Stop making it about Oklahoma, dummy.
Yeah.
I mean, and I get it that you're trying to deflect or whatever, but that's exactly what they were doing, is deflecting. The perfect guy for the job was absolutely Brent Venables. Number one, I don't think that even if they went and got Dan Lanning, which I'm not as sold on Dan Lanning at this point as a lot of people. I do think he's a good coach. I think he recruits well. He still has to show me that he can win football games, the most important ones. But I think that he's still young in his career too. He's been under good coaches. I think he's going to succeed there. I don't know if he wins a natty, but I don't think he's terrible. What I would tell you is the difference is Venables has a connection to OU and loves it at OU and knows, I mean, he's turned down jobs. He turned down Auburn. He turned down K-State, I believe, more than once.
Yeah. I'm not convinced on Lanning either. And I think with the NIL, the way it is there, I think they're going to have problems. They're not going to be as good as people think, because there's so many players coming in there on NIL deals that are there for the bag. And same thing could happen with Ole Miss too. I don't really believe you can build a roster from the transfer portal like Ole Miss did. And we're going to see this year. But if Ole Miss doesn't make it to the championship game of the conference, then that's going to prove what we saw with Texas A&M, what we saw with Colorado, that you can't build a team on a transfer portal in a year. It doesn't work.
Oh, no, you can't. No. And that's where another reason we could say that, Ole Miss probably doesn't do as much as they are. You've got some guys, and they definitely are good on both sides, which I think they're going to have a good shot. But again, you still have to go do it. And if you're what these guys are becoming, if you're not building, this is what we've talked about with recruiting. If you're, Shoddy said this, I think one of the best things I've seen was what Shoddy said that day. If you win them with money, that's what you're going to lose them with too.
Yeah. Right? I agree. Totally.
Sean D, he asked, will OU fans now start yelling SEC, SEC? You know better than that, because we know better than that. First off, Coach I tells us that that he don't ever yell that because he don't care about none of y'all in the SEC except for Georgia. He's the only team he cares about. I agree. I ain't yelling SEC for nothing. It's never going to be me. Real quick, let's see, Jason. That USC Elaine Tran says that was a different story. The USC defense under Carroll was a lot better and elite than Lincoln. I get that. The point I'm trying to make is that's how they have to win at USC, though. You better win on defense. And in order to do that, you have to be able to recruit on defense. In order to recruit on defense, you got to play complementary football on offense. Because if it doesn't matter who you have as a coach, it matters some, but nobody's going to look that good if you don't play complementary football. They can't play. out of a 60-minute game, the defense cannot be on the field for 60% of it or 70% of it because you're either scoring fast or punting in 3 and out, you know? You just can't have it. I know that it's different. I get it. That's the point. In order for you to be successful at USC, though, you have to win on defense. And it goes for everywhere. You got to be a defensive team. Why do you think all these air raid teams don't ever win it? The only air raid team that's ever won has been Oklahoma in 2000 because they had the nastiest defense in the country. And if you think about it, even though it was an air raid, they slowed it down. You know? Yeah, they had Bush and Lindell White. Perfect. That's exactly right. Exactly right. Ole Miss is overrated. I agree. LSU is overrated. I tend to agree. I don't know how high rated they are at this point. Where do they have them at right now? I haven't seen. So let me look at that again real quick. So they have them going, 5th. They got LSU finishing 5th in the poll. Alabama 3rd, Ole Miss 4th. But that would be either just in the playoff or just out of the playoff. They're either going to get 4 or 5 teams in from the SEC. I think it all depends on how it all plays out. But that's got Oklahoma well out of the playoff. Missouri not in it. Tennessee not in it. No, I don't buy it. Not buying it. What did you think about that poll there, Stink?
Same thing. I think about everything preseason. I mean,
doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. What was OU ranked preseason 2000?
Oh.
Not very good because I know for a fact
they probably 4th or 5th, maybe. Seems like
they weren't even top 25 at the end of 99 at all.
Oh, no,
so
I know that, but I think that they were expecting more out of them. They played better at the end of the 99 season, right?
Yeah. So I don't buy too much into all the preseason hype. Colorado last year was a perfect example. They had them going to the national championship within a week of preseason, you know, and look how that turned out. So
sure, yeah, and that's the thing. Well, and I would say that too. Who cares about the polls? That's what Numbnuts in her earlier was saying that, and about how do you feel about that or whatever. And I was like, I don't care. Yeah, I mean, I think of the Big 12, the Big 12 poll last year, and they had West Virginia picked to finish last out of 14 teams, and they finished like what 6th or 7th. They definitely finished in the top half.
Yeah, definitely.
They were better than a lot of teams.
Yep.
So yeah, I mean, look, the one thing is, and those polls are not scientific whatsoever, right? I would tell you that at least when you're looking at some of these power ratings, like. Look, a lot of people were talking about that Kelly Ford index, the K Ford index. I think I saw something with that guy. I've seen him a few times on Twitter, but he did a show with these guys. I'm trying to remember their name, but anyway, he was talking about his index, and it doesn't have as many data points as what the Matrix index that McClintock does, the CFB professor does. It doesn't. He doesn't put in his coach ratings with any of that. But that's the reason why USC, they're expecting that they think that those coaches or the model thinks that those coaches, they're ranked so high at what they do that it thinks it's going to make up for whatever they don't have in talent. And they've recruited fairly well. But I think the other thing is the strength of their schedule. Do they have a hard schedule? Yes. Kind of, I'd say. They've got to play LSU, and then they get Notre Dame. But they don't have Ohio State in their conference, and they don't have Oregon in their conference this year. So it sets up pretty well. The toughest games that they have, aside, they go to Michigan, but then they get Penn State at home, and they get Wisconsin at home, and they get Nebraska at home. So the better teams, or the teams that you think might be up and coming, they got to go to LA. Not that it's necessarily a home field advantage at this point, but yeah, he's D'Anton Lynn. He was at UCLA last year. They had a top 10 defense, and he flipped it from I think they were 80th the year before. He's a good coach. And then they got Matt Ince from South Dakota State. He's another defensive coach. Plus they got that Coach Henderson he was with the Rams. He was coaching Aaron Donald. So Jimmy Lee, that's why they like him. But what I was getting at was these guys, the Adam McClintock, CFB professor, his main job that he has is they're consulting with athletic directors and other coaches, because they grade every play from every game in college football every year. So they have these databases on coaches. A lot of it, you can find out what your coaches do well, what they don't do well, by going through the data. And so, I mean, they've got 17 teams that use their data. And a bunch of them are SEC teams and Big Ten teams, but they've got programs in every major conference anyway, and multiple, he said, in the SEC and the Big Ten. So, I mean, they have the most accurate model for power ranking as far as the CFB is concerned, or the college football playoff and the rankings are concerned. They've never missed a top 4 ranking, and they're 1 to 25, the order of 1 to 25. For the last 10 years, they've only missed by 0.8% on their order. So we're talking almost none, almost never. They almost get the complete order right every time. And they had the best one. You leaving, Elio? Yeah, the Bison head coach. Correct.
Jason, what you said about strength of schedule.
Yep.
If Oklahoma goes 10-2 this year,
see you, Elaine. Go ahead.
We're going to find out how important strength of schedule is to the playoffs.
Sure.
More than any other year before, because if we go 10-2, we should be the number 5 seed, whether we win or lose the conference championship, which we'll probably be in it if we go 10-2.
Oh, they'll definitely be in it at 10-2. You might. Yeah, I think one of the things that we should probably all talk. I don't know that the conference championship. If you're the number 2, you might rather be the number 3.
Well, I thought they were putting the conference champions of all 4 Power 4 in the top 4 spots.
Yes.
What's up, Coach Jake?
Coach, yo, big salute.
We got Frank and Stink Ass Cat are in here on the calls with us today. We're just talking and recapping some different stuff from the week. What's up, Jake?
What's going on, fellas? Hey, excited to be in here with you guys. Gentlemen, good to hear your voice. And, Jason, good to see you. Good to see you, Jason. I know, man. We had a fun morning.
I saw you guys on there this morning.
Yeah, man, the Friday morning show. It's always a good time, always fun talking football. I mean, we got a lot to talk about because SEC Media Days. So,
yeah.
What's up, everybody in the chat? What's going on? We renamed the channel too, so that was kind of fun.
Yeah, good stuff. Yeah, how was the? Where are you at on your subs, man? You've been bumping them up.
Yeah, things look like they're doing all right from the channel perspective. We're getting there, right? I think we were at 344, so I think I got like
fast, bro. You've only been a channel for 2 weeks. That's fast.
It feels like a lot longer though. You know what I mean? I think it's because I just go on to everybody's different like shows with different places, and so I feel like the channel's been around a lot longer, and I have to remind myself. You're like, dude, you remember this hasn't been that long.
I started that second channel. I don't have 300, and that was 2-3 months ago.
Got you. Okay.
So, but I mean, I'm using the other channel. I send stuff to it, but I don't work on it enough. I need to focus on it. So
got you. Yeah. For me, man, I'm learning, having a good time. It's all because of you guys. So,
Well, we appreciate you too. You've done a lot of work with us. You help make our content better. I know I'm
no doubt
happy to be
Thanks,
there.
guys.
So the conversation we've been having, USCJ had popped in with us for a few minutes on the phone line as well. And we were just kind of talking about, he got to talking about Lane Kiffin ripping into Paul Feinbaum.
Hilarious.
Which, of course, Feinbaum had ripped up, had been ripping up Lincoln Riley, and that had all the USC people upset.
Oh, yeah.
So what did you think about the whole Lane Kiffin? Lane Kiffin kind of got at him, didn't he?
Dude, wow, that's what I said on the other one.
Really hardcore, though, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like, Lane was sitting there and he was serious. He's like, dude, you were like an asshole, man.
Yeah.
And then I think the comment of like, what are you even good at?
Yeah.
That was funny. I see. I like
Paul. He was wrong about Miley Cyrus too.
Yeah.
He was wrong about him and Miley Cyrus.
Yeah, dude, that's hilarious. Lane Kiffin is somebody I would hang out with in a heartbeat because he reminds me of the friends that some of the guys I had in the friend group back in high school. You know what I'm saying? He's just one of those guys. He's funny. He's a good dude. And I like the conversation that he had and the way, because I mean, he was serious. And he's like, that wasn't cool, Paul. And Paul was over there like trying to be professional, like we're on air, So, oh man, it's funny.
But the thing is that look, I don't feel bad for Paul, and I don't hate Paul Feinbaum at all. I don't have a problem with him at all. But when you say the things that you say about other people, and I mean, look, this is the hot take era, but you don't realize that what you do say sometimes, and if you're Paul Feinbaum, the things that you say do have an effect on others. Hey, Neilio, I think you may be onto something with that hot babes in football. We may do it right here.
Yeah, you got to find a hot babe to put on here then. So, my girlfriend could always do that.
I think you put that in the private chat there. You can put that in there.
Yeah.
It's funny though.
I like it. It's hilarious.
That's awesome. Maybe we rebrand the Hall of Fame Sooners as Hot Babes Sooners in football.
Oh, there you go. That's right. I like it.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's the other thing we were talking about, of course, USCJ being in here he was obviously talking about that he felt like that. You're saying that to Lincoln Riley, but what about Mario Cristobal? And what about, you're not saying anything about Texas A&M and what happened there. I get the feeling that USCJ might have brought up Venables last week when he did it last week. I didn't watch it, so I don't know. But it feels like I know that Tim and Matt did. And Tim and Matt from Voice of College Football, they immediately attacked Oklahoma and Venables and made it about them, which I didn't care for.
Mm-hmm.
The point we were getting at was that, look, I did that video with the CFB professor doing his analytics stuff. They've got, because of the way it's set up and because of the staff that they hired there on the defensive side, you've got Matt Ince. We've talked about him a little bit with me and you. And then they got Danton Lynn and then Henderson, that was the coach with the Rams, that D-line coach for, the best defensive lineman probably in history, right? Then you had I forget the other guy's name. Oh, Belk, that was at Alabama for a while, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So that has a lot to do with why I think that model has them projected to go 12-0, 11-1, even though, because Adam himself said, I think they're probably about 9-3. I could see 9-3. I've been picking 8-4. I could see 9-3. I could see the path of what they're talking about because of the fact that they don't get Ohio State or Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
Or Oregon. Ohio State and Oregon, they don't play. They get Michigan on the road, but other than that, everything pretty much is at home, all their toughest games. after the LSU game. So if they find a way, and if what is LSU gonna be better on defense? I don't know. They should.
Yeah, well, they should be
worse, but
yeah, I mean they should be, but at the same time, I'll tell you, man, is LSU one of the things that I thought about, and I did especially after listening to Brian Kelly, was you could tell that was like a kind of an area for him where he wasn't saying the defense was bad, but he was like, he's going like, hey, yeah, the defense it was a struggle. We redid everything. We still got a lot of work to do. There are things, I mean, you look, the first year new defensive coordinator, people are going to say the same thing about Alabama, but there's a difference because what is going on at Alabama with like Womack, before I get into first year LSU D coordinator, Womack has Saban there to meet with. I mean, and he just said it. Like I said, next up, Adam Brenneman. It's a really good podcast. Womack's on one of the shows when he's visiting campus, and he talks about consistent meetings with Saban, and it was impressive to hear how he is saying, okay, how do we formulate this defense? Like I'm not going in there saying my defense is better, right? Or I want to go in there and mesh the two concepts. Wow, okay, man, you're onto something there. I love that. Do that. That is going to work. Absolutely. Saban was already trying to do that anyways. So now we look at LSU, and they bring in a whole new, they need to revamp everything. And they brought in really good coaches. Like these coaches are awesome, amazing coaches. Baker is a hell of a D coordinator. That first year though, it's not just like go in and
I think moving Harold Perkins into the box it
well,
helps
100
immediately, right?
It will help. It will help for sure. He's a playmaker. I mean, the defense, his defense again, still fun. Everybody's running the same thing today. Like everyone's gone away from like either all the concepts are all brought together
or whatever. Yeah, it's all kind of changed.
Yeah, like everything's like a nickel package with an extra DB on the field or extra 2 DBs, or you run a 3 high look that turns into a split coverage. I mean, there's so many variations to it now, but it's all this like mesh hybrid of stacking the box, because that's what the game is. It's numbers. That hasn't changed.
Yeah, when you said that on Coach I's show yesterday, I was like, man, he ain't wrong.
No, I mean it's
nothing's the same, right?
I mean the game's the same, and all it's a numbers game. But again, how are you taking away or creating? Either you want to take away one-on-one matchups because you might not have the athlete in that position to match up one-on-one, or you want to create one-on-one matchups because you do have the athlete nowadays, right?
Did you guys hear what Saban said about Texas D?
No, what did he say? Can you tell me on that one?
He was talking about that they were iffy at a corner.
Yes.
And he said if that's the case, he said that can expose the whole defense.
On Texas defense, yes. Yeah, Texas, I don't believe, if I'm correct with Pete, I don't know. I'd have to go back and look. I don't know if Pete runs a hybrid look. I have to look at Texas's scheme.
PK. Yeah,
PK. But I don't know if he runs this like a hybrid defense. He might run more of a traditional like defense. I gotta look. I'm not 100 on that.
It's pretty similar to like what they were doing. It's pretty similar to everywhere else too.
Is it? Yeah, I gotta look.
I mean, they do a lot of 4-3 and stuff too as well, but
Texas, I think that's interesting, right? Because that was their problem even when they ran into issues last year, because they had the D line. The problem was I think they wanted to play a zone, but they also were like, okay, if we're going to play the zone, since we have the D line, we need to bring pressure, and you can't play zone if you bring pressure. So you turn into a lot of man-on-man matchups, and they ran into a lot of issues with that. And so it's interesting that if that's the case again this year, we'll see how they end up, because they don't have the same guys that blow up the middle like they did last year from the D-line standpoint. But I do think, though, that you look at LSU, and again, going back to them, I think it's going to be a little more difficult to they're going to have success, but implementing their system, right, is going to be probably going to take a year or two. Like I would see in year two, because if you look at Baker and what he did at Mizzou, they had a lot of upperclassmen too. That was another thing that really benefited why that defense was successful. It's because it's the truth. If you bring back upperclassmen, you will typically have, and you have a good D coordinator, put them in the right place, so you can run some better concepts that are easier or a little more complex, because you guys have guys who understand it easier, right? And so it's going to be interesting to see how because they don't necessarily have that, if I'm correct, at LSU, especially on their D line. If I'm right, and I thought I saw this, but again, I'm pretty sure they're pretty young. And that's what you're going to see. I don't know which defense beside, Oklahoma. That's one of the ones why I'm so high on their defense this year, not only because of Zach Alley, but you do bring back a lot of guys. I mean, we've seen the productivity return on the charts in the number of games, and they're bringing back a lot of people who have played already, have significant playing time, or have started.
And in the preseason all SEC teams, though.
Yeah, that was surprising. Good. But I mean, you even look at Alabama; they didn't have a whole lot.
Oklahoma, though, because they get it's a little more, little more motivation for you if you're OU, for them not giving you the love that you probably feel like you need to get. You had one guy on offense on 3 teams on offense, and it's the guy that you brought in through the portal. But I mean, you've got Nick Anderson, who had 800 yards receiving last year, almost 900 yards receiving last year, and 10 touchdowns. He's not on any of the top 3 teams at a receiver. Gavin Sawchuk had 100-yard games in the last 5 games of the year. He's not any of the 3 teams. Obviously, offensive line, I get why they did what they did with the offensive line. But then, out of all that defensive returning talent that you're talking about, Jake, 2 of them made the freaking list.
Yeah, that was kind of wild. I was just looking at that list. I mean, are you talking first team or in general?
First team, you had just out of the first team.
Yeah.
Stutzman and Bowman, but then you don't have anybody else.
Mm-hmm.
You've got a guy, Ethan Downs, and how many sacks did he have last year? I want to say it was close to 10, though. He's a senior coming in. He definitely had his best year last year. You've got Dasan McCullough, who was a freshman All-American. Dominic McKinley, who was a freshman All-American. Gentry Williams. Peyton Bowen was, one of those guys that he's automatically, he was the second-rated safety behind what's his name?
Caleb Downs.
Behind Caleb Downs. Caleb Downs was automatically on that team when he got there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All I'm saying is this is his year that he should break out. It's all well and good that they didn't do it. I'm just saying you should have a bunch of pissed off Sooners that they weren't given any love. Not even the third team. Hell, they didn't even have a third team in the Big 12. So you don't give them any love. You pick them to finish 8th in the league behind Missouri and freaking Tennessee and all these teams and Ole Miss that you feel like you can beat, and LSU for that matter. So it's look, I think for Oklahoma fans, they should be pissed about it, but they should be happy about it because it should serve as motivation. Is that something? I know people like to say they don't pay attention to shit like that, but you do, right? Players pay attention to that.
Of course. I mean, especially today, you can't not see it. I mean, yeah, you can stay off of social media, which is typically it's hard because you have to promote yourself, right? Especially today with NIL, you have the opportunity to create a good brand under your own name. But social media is one of those things that can really, really get to you, and it can either be a good thing or a bad thing. You know, I would say use it as motivation 100%. And I do feel like you have a lot of guys, again, I said this over and over, Brent Venables has instilled this mindset of like, you know, I like to say hardcore to the soul, right?
Yeah.
You know, like hardcore to the soul. Like it's not just, you don't just walk it and talk it. Like you are hardcore. You are, you know, one of the guys I listen to a lot, especially coming from my background is I listen to Jocko Willink, right? And Jocko's, yeah,
he's a dude, man.
And he's hardcore. I mean, let's be honest. He is hardcore in the way he presents things.
That dude is scary.
Yeah, I mean, like he's a beast. I saw him live in person, and
he's a stud, bro.
He is. He's an animal.
One of the most dangerous men in the world.
Like straight up. And one of the things is he presents is like, you know, he has this thing that if you ever seen the video, I posted a link to it at one point on my Twitter, but the video is a short little motivation video called Good. And the whole mindset around good is if something occurs or something happens, right, then you don't sit there. That could be looked at as negative. You don't sit there and say, oh, I'll start complaining about it or get down. You say good. You say good because now I get this opportunity to do this, or good, I learned this lesson, or good, I get to go through this sort of adversity.
No matter what, it's positive.
Right.
It's always
you flip
positive.
the whole thing. And I think that's something.
I had kind of conversation with my son the other day. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, 100. These are conversations that need, especially from a father to son. I say, be the Mufasa to your son.
About golf in his golf game, and I was like,
yeah,
you verbalize any of that shit that's going on, then you're definitely going the other way.
Yeah, 100%. Like you just can't put yourself into these negative mindsets. So like like I said, I always say from a father-son standpoint, I was big on the movie Lion King growing up. I think a lot of people know that movie, but I said, be the Mufasa to your son, you know, because his dad in that movie, right, is like this ultra powerful being in his mind that rules everything and teaches him these life lessons for the time being that he gets. And then he gets to reflect on that and become that later in life. Now, I say that because these things all happen in life for a certain reason.
Sure.
And if you can say good to these things happening, then you are already a step ahead in facing and getting past that adversity. And when you do get through adversity, your growth as a person or as an individual or as a team is extreme. That's what I'm trying to say. I think when you look at Brent Venables and you look at the fact of what he's instilled in a mindset within this team, and you're starting to see that come across in the way they answer their questions and the way they present themselves in every little factor, is that they are very much like, okay, doubt us, good. All right, don't rank us or don't put us in these positions where we think we deserve, good.
Right.
Like we want that challenge. I can't say right now that there's a lot of other teams that you sit there and say, man, I feel like that team has taken on that mantra. I will say this is I can tell you right now, Alabama has taken on that mantra, which is kind of scary.
Yeah,
I'm going to be honest with you, because a team that's already been that successful, that's scary. But that's what I'm trying. That's why Nick Saban is so critical in key parts. And you listen to Brent Venables say, you know, my relationship and my communication with Saban regarding some different aspects of even my career and how, you know, I'm looking at these things in a different light and what I'm instilling, what I'm completing, what I am bringing into this program that my team gets from me, because this is the attitude and the mindset that I have. Therefore, the team will take on the same attitude and mindset. We talked about this with the coach Roy Ball the other night. Is I am bringing in a personality I will come to the challenge. I will step up to the challenge. I will face the challenge, and I will say, good, give me the challenge. And you give that to a team that has that sort of mindset, especially a team like Oklahoma that has this history and this background of being a I would like to say again, like they are a true grit team where they will fight you to the death, right? That's how I've seen that program. And now it's reinstilled in the way BV and thinks and just brings energy like that every day in everything they do. You know, I mean, shoot, man, you got to sit there and how can you not be like, whoa, we better prepare each week when we are about to face Oklahoma, because they are going to come in here and they're going to want to take your head off. They're going to want to play complete football, but they are going to be, that mindset is tough, right? That word tough, that word grit, that word, we're fighters, we're warriors. I love that. And that's the way it should be in football, to be honest with you. Like, I'm a defensive guy for a reason. Put it that way.
No, and I agree. And I listen, I was an offensive guy in high school and stuff, but I mean, we won 3 state championships, and we're at my town. We've had 32 of them now. So I guess is what it is.
Yeah,
so,
that's powerful.
Your job is to win it in that small town. 10,000 people, that's your job. And when you graduate from there and your senior class is one of those ones that don't get it done, it's something that sticks with you. So, but you know, there's a lot of pressure there. And I kind of equate it. I always think of Oklahoma when I start thinking about home, because the same thing, because at OU, conference championships are great and all. It's natties. It's just like that at Alabama too. It's natties. Go win natties, right? Now,
yeah,
it's been a while since it's been longer than it's ever been between them, right? You know, and they've got 7. But this is the longest they've been without it. And so they're hungry for one. The truth is, though, it takes everything being on point. Your culture has to be perfect, and things are changing. You have to evolve with all these changes in NIL. That's what we were talking about with USCJ. I said, look, what we've been talking about is that even with these guys that are so highly ranked as far as coaches are concerned on the defensive side, is Lincoln going to do the things he needs to do to play complementary football to allow them to have at least a 9-3 record? Because if you don't, then you're in trouble. Right? Then you're in trouble, because now you're already not recruiting California good at all. And so, yeah, I mean, I think so. And I think, but you're totally right. If you aren't, that's what the whole thing that I noticed about Venables and Oklahoma at SEC Media Days was, they said different things, but they said the same thing.
Oh, yeah.
You heard a lot of key words that came from Venables, and it was echoed by all 3 of those guys.
And you know what?
This conference, we're not afraid of this conference. We're excited for the challenge. Challenge was they were ready and ripping to go. But we take a back seat to nobody. We're not bowing to you. We respect you. We're not bowing to you.
100. And
Oklahoma, you know.
Well, and the thing is, too, is I think you look back in the history of these teams of, like, you know, I look at like Bear Bryant, who comes from Arkansas, right? Well, there's another coach in the history that's pretty famous for Oklahoma who comes from Arkansas, right? And that's Barry Switzer.
Barry Switzer.
And you think about like Barry's like this great dude, amazing coach, but Barry also has a very tough, like I will grind mindset. Like I want people who are going to knock your head off and score a lot of points, right? I want explosive, fun football, and I want physical killer mindsets. And to be honest with you, you look at the history, and that's why I give a lot of comparison from a standpoint of like these 2 coaches or these 2 programs. Granted, you know, Alabama's had Nick Saban. Yes, that's been a difference maker for a lot of stuff. But at the same time, I'll say, if you instill in your program that if there's a challenge, right? And I appreciate you guys in the chat rhyming what's going on. Cowboy, cool. I like that one, man. Cowboy, what's up, man? And Chrissy, hey, how you doing? I know there's a few others in here too, but as I was saying, if you get your team to a point to say we embrace challenges instead of question challenges, right? There's I wrote something out the other day, and again posted on Twitter, but I said there's these different, change your perspective, change your life, right? And the perspective is, for example, are you an earner or are you a deserver? Like, I deserve these things, or I'm going to go out and earn these things. That right there is one of those types of mindsets that you say, I'm going to put in the work, or I'm going to complain until I get something my way. Right? You either are going to gain a lot or you're going to get by barely. You're either going to be a winner or a loser. Simple as that. And if you can embrace these things of the challenge, right, that a team and get everybody on a team, and that's a lot of players. You're talking anywhere between 115 to 120 something, like upwards to maybe even like 130 roughly, from a standpoint. But you get everybody bought in, not just the players, but even like your staff, your support staff, your recruiting staff. You have everybody bought in the same mindset of saying, give us the challenge. We embrace it. You turn into something very dangerous, very, very dangerous on the field. I think that's what you see too. And I have to give credit to like Kirby Smart, because in the end of the day, Kirby's done a really good Kirby. That's the type of personality he has. That's who he is. You listen back to the guys, what they say about him as a player. He's the same way as a coach. And that's what has gotten them to that success, is they have this tough mindset. Now it's a little different, right? Different. Everyone will take on like different auras of it, but in the same time, you are still there saying, man, I embrace this. I'm getting after it, and I'm gonna destroy whatever is in front of me to accomplish this thing, right? To accomplish, because I am set on this task. These are my goals. And I'm not letting any damn challenge get in my way. As soon as everyone has that mindset, man, you got something dangerous. And I think that's exactly what they have.
What I was saying, you were hearing all that same stuff from all the kids. So the guys that are your leaders, your quarterback, sophomore or not, that's your quarterback, and he's saying the same things, right? Then you've got Danny Stutzman, who's your linebacker, your middle linebacker. He's your guy. And then the leader of the secondary, and Billy Bowman back there. And look, he led the country in interceptions and pick sixes last year.
Yeah.
So what they say, I mean, those guys being the leaders of the room, when they're echoing what the coach says, that means that if it's not just them, it's everybody's buying in now.
Mm-hmm.
Now you should be afraid. There's still, you could tell. I know Oklahoma fans were getting sick of it. You could tell a lot of these, it was a lot of under your breath. Yeah, they'd ask the question, do you think you're ready for the SEC? And it was kind of that. It was kind of a smirk behind that question, while they're still giving love to Texas, but it smirks when it comes for this question for Oklahoma, because they don't buy in. Well, good luck with that. And you see that's exactly, we weren't wrong saying that, because now we're seeing these things were voted on during media days. So we know for sure what you think now.
Oh yeah.
So look, they had somebody, literally they had two people pick Vanderbilt to win the SEC championship, and one person picked South Carolina that was there to win the SEC championship.
Yeah, that's it.
You know what I mean? And you got OU picked to finish what, 8th? Yeah, 8th.
Yeah.
I mean, and you put one guy on offense in all three teams, and two guys on defense, 3 total.
Yeah, that's wild. I mean, but at the same time,
good thing.
I would rather have that than have my whole team be stacked on offense and defense.
That's right. That's exactly what I was saying before you got in here. I said, the good news is it should piss us all off.
Mm-hmm.
Guaranteed it pisses off those guys.
Yep.
At the Switzer Center.
100%.
Most of those voters don't know what the eye test is either.
Nope.
They have no idea
I loved it
what an eye test is.
Yep, you're right, Stink. And I loved it that he said that, talking about the eye test, that, you know what, that we've got a lot of returning guys, but you know what else we got? We've got some young guys that I know what it looks like when they're ready. He's talking offensive line and defensive line.
Yep.
They're deeper than anybody in the conference on the defensive line right now.
They might be. I'd have to look. I know Alabama's extremely deep on defensive line. You saying offense or defense?
Defensive line. Yeah. Offensive line, he was talking about 9 to 11. He thinks they're deep 9 to 11, but on defense it's like 10 to 12 guys that are going to be able to play winning football. He said, right? I think, yeah, Bama and Georgia obviously are going to be really deep in that position as well. I'm just saying that how many other teams in the conference are going to be that deep there? None. You know?
Yep.
Nobody will be that deep there.
And rhyming, you said we got Jake on the stream. Who do we have in call?
Stink ass Cat's on the call with us.
Oh, love it. Yeah. Who else is in here with us? Of course.
Yep, that's it. Just Stink right now. Bishop Frank he dropped.
Oh, got you. Okay. And then I mean, you know, Stink ass Cat. I love it, man. What from your standpoint too? You know, I've seen you in the chat, and it's a pleasure to finally be able to chat with you. You know, from your standpoint, where do you see this year? You saw the rankings. Where do you see Oklahoma ending up?
It's good talking to you too, Jake. As far as OU, I see them going 9-3, 10-2. If they make the conference championship, then I think they're going to go deep into the playoffs. So, but I think it all hinges again, just like last year, on injuries. Injuries in key spots. I think we're a lot better this year, where last year when we lost Danny for a couple of games, it really, really hurt the team because he was the coach out there. He was getting everybody lined up. I think there's more guys this year that understand the system a lot more, but it's going to be all about injuries, especially that O-line. I think O-line will be fine as long as we don't have more than maybe one injury on it.
See, I don't know necessarily. I think that they're good. I think they're better at O-line than that because you're going to have more than one injury. First off, that's just how it is on the O-line, especially in that league. They better absolutely be 9 to 11 guys deep on the O-line if they're going to do anything.
Well, I'm talking season-ending injuries as far as the O-line.
I'm saying if you have to miss games,
you
you'd better be at that point and only because of the fact that, look, man, the bottom line is that you're going to need to, you have to be able to switch guys out some, you know. I do think that, and that's the thing of it is people forget that BB has literally recruited and identified offensive linemen in the past that were 3 stars and didn't even play offensive linemen at all at their last place, and they've been first rounders. Lane Johnson was a quarterback when he got him, for God's sakes.
Yeah, I'm not doubting BB or the O-line. I know by the 4th game when they play Tennessee, that O-line will be ready.
Oh yeah.
I know that's how good of a coach he is.
Oh, 100%. I think that's a fair thing to say too. In general, is like when it comes down to for Oklahoma this year, it will be injury, and I think that's probably only maybe one more. This is probably, I would say, the last year where we would say, hey, if we get injured in some of these key spots, what's behind it? We might have some question marks there still. I do think, though, that they have done a phenomenal job from a recruiting standpoint, though. And what you'll see, not necessarily this season, and hopefully, no one does get injured because I hate seeing those. That's what ended my career. But from a standpoint of the season after for 2025, you will see that the depth will be there. And I think that's, you got to give a lot of praise to Lofton right? From a background standpoint of what he's been doing, because we bring up over at Alabama, we bring up Courtney Morgan a lot, and Courtney Morgan is key. But I also think Oklahoma, well, and Oregon has Malco. I have Marshall Malco, who is a recruiting guru. That's why Oregon's doing what they're doing, right? But you look at Oklahoma from that standpoint, I'll tell you, Lofton has done a phenomenal job of identifying what works and what these coaches want in each player, and then also doing a good job of presenting the program, because everyone has to remember it's not just the coaches doing all the recruiting. Yes, they're a significant part of it, but the players play a part.
Pages, those SD money guys, the NIL cats or whatever, right?
Yeah, but well, and the GM and the staff he puts together is crucial to locking in these top tier recruiting classes. And you look at what Oklahoma has done and is continuing to do, because they're not done. You got to say, wow, okay, they've really identified areas that they want to continue to build on, and they've also identified really good talent that is versatile and fast, athletic, but has the right mindset to really continue to build this kind of hardcore culture, right? Because that's what it is. It's, like I said, hardcore to the soul, because they talk about like that, the soul aspect of Oklahoma, right? That's part of one of their core mantras, and
the soul mission.
Soul mission. And the whole thing about it is like behind that, there's these subdivisions, and one of those I can guarantee you, and we've heard BV say it in a video we've watched on here, is it like you got to come in here. Like, this isn't some like, woohoo, let's throw a party. You come in here, you lace up, you shut the F up, and you do the work, right? Like, you put your mind, you block out all the bullshit outside, and you come in here and you do the work, and that work is for the team. And through that, you will find your individual success, but it comes down to team first, right?
Yeah.
And that is a powerful culture. And if you can instill that early on, which he has done, and you build on that, which he is doing with this recruiting class, I look at like Amarian, right? This safety who I am really big on that you guys have gotten.
A freaking 3-star, dude. What the?
That, at this point, it's so crazy, the rankings. At the same time, I mean, the guy won defensive MVP at the showcase, Rivals 5-star showcase.
5-star.
Yeah, like, come on, man. Like, at this point, you know what? Yeah, like, who cares? Like, he's probably saying the same thing. And you know what? That's what BV's telling all them.
With your money, though.
It does mess with your money, but again, are you coming here to Oklahoma for money, or are you coming here to win?
Absolutely. No, I get it. You're right.
And that's the type of, that's what they're looking at
there too. Yeah, you're right.
Mm-hmm. And that's why I think, that's why you get guys like Marion. Like, that guy, he's going to be phenomenal.
Because he's thinking about the NFL, not NIL right now. I get it.
Yeah, well, 100. And I think here's the next thing too with recruits is I get you're thinking about the NFL, but you realize before you even get to the NFL, there's a shit ton of stuff you have to do first. And part of that is you have to perform and you have to win, right? Because no one's going to notice you if you're on a loser team.
Not winning. Yeah, if you're not winning. You're right.
So you better come in here and want your team to win, because guess what? All the chunk of those guys come out of the NFL from winning teams.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a big deal. And I like the way that he has set up this recruiting class. Like, I mean, I do. I think you look at Marcus Wimberly. Marcus is here. You got two dudes out of Arkansas, and Arkansas is tough to grab those guys out of. Everyone knows that. There's a lot of pride in Arkansas players. They typically like to stay home. It's like Mississippi's kind of the same way. And the craziest way it is, it's just the way it is. But the fact that you go into Arkansas and you grab two of the top safeties in the nation that both come here for the reasons of the grind. Oh man, It's impressive.
I agree with Jake totally. What you said about tradition and going to the NFL. Peyton Bowen's a perfect example.
Mm-hmm.
He could have left at the end of last season, went anywhere and got a big bag.
Yep.
He didn't do that. He doubled down, brought his brother in with him.
Mm-hmm.
That they see those are the kind of players you want, the ones that want to go to the NFL and know what they can get here.
Mm-hmm. Because in Stink Ass Cat, what's your first name? Sorry, I don't want to. Ron. Got you, Ron. My bad. I don't want to call some guy Stink Ass Cat.
No, that's okay. That's
Stink
okay.
Ass Cat. That's how
Hey, I love it though, man.
It gets
Ron,
a lot of laughs, and
it
that's
does.
what I enjoy about it. I don't mind it at all.
I love it, man. I every time you pop in, Jason says it that way. I gets me
I don't
laughing.
even know any other way to say it. I don't even know how to say it another way. That's the way I've always said it. Stink.
Dude. Oh God, that makes me laugh. But I'll say this: as you bring up an interesting point, right? These guys who come in are guys who could leave, and they choose not to leave because they feel like they haven't finished something. What does that say about a player's? Now, I'm not saying it's wrong. It's wrong to leave if you have the opportunity. If you've performed at your maximum level and you know you've given all
you get a first round grade, you got to go.
You have to. I mean, that's your opportunity. Take your opportunity 100%. But if you feel like you have left something unfinished on the field when you still have room to keep going, why not? This is really tells you a lot about somebody right here. A lot about a team too in general. Is I can look at Alabama and say the same thing with Malachi Moore, right? Malachi is one of those guys who definitely could have left.
Stud.
You could have said that, about it. There's a few others on that team. You could say the same thing. But going back to Oklahoma, you look at the fact of this guy saying, this isn't done. As soon as you realize that players are having that mindset, Kalen DeBoer got that from Michael Penix and from Rome Odunze and Jalen McMillan. And a number of other players, hence why they're able to make it to a national championship in year 2 at Washington. As soon as you get that buy-in, you now realize and you know that you have created something there that people are attaching to, that they feel. They don't just say it. They don't just try to walk around, but I'll tell you right now, they feel it. And as Nick Saban said in the ESPYs, one of the best speeches I have heard, but it's not so much about what you say, but how you make people feel, right? As soon as you are making a team feel this mindset of saying, we will not leave unless we had left it all on the field, man, you got something worth a championship there, and now maintain it and build upon that. Brent Venables is doing a phenomenal job of that. Phenomenal job. And you're hearing it through the recruiting process. You're hearing it through the players now with SEC Media Day. You know what? From Oklahoma fans, I would not give 2 shits where they rank us, where they put you, or anything. I wouldn't give 2 shits if I'm a player coming in, because I know I'm coming into a culture with a mindset of badasses.
Listen,
right?
That's what they're doing too. They're definitely recruiting on culture and what, and on the soul mission and on that kind of stuff. That's what they do. You have to, everybody knows you're going to pay the NIL money. You have to do it. And I think there is something to what's going on at USC. USC Jay said that. He said, it's not that they don't have the money. He said that it's not organized correctly. Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I get that.
100%.
It's wild to me that you've invested in that coaching staff the way you have, and you're not got it straight on the other part of it. But that's just, it's about right. Anyway, the point I'm making is that it's not just about the money though. The other part is that you have to do the right thing. You have to recruit them and build relationships and not just make it a money thing, because then that's Jimbo Fisher.
Yeah.
And it's when you're doing that, then you're screwed. It's never going to work out for you. And I think that's the thing. Kalen DeBoer came in there. He said, I'm not going to try to do it like Nick Saban. I'm bringing in hundreds of kids, and we're going to try to see who we get a connection with that feels a connection to the program the way that we're going to do it.
Of course, I think
that's Oklahoma. I mean, with the you've got the barbecue and the champion barbecue, and then and that's the biggest deal for them in the summer.
Yeah, it's huge, and I think it's interesting because I think Oklahoma with Brent Venables presenting this culture of hardcore, right? Hardcore to your soul. And then you look at a culture of Kalen DeBoer, which is very unique. And it's more so with we are a brotherhood, right? That we're player led. Our standard is championships.
Right.
But at the same time, we have poise, we have composure, and challenges do not get in our way. And he saw that. You saw him instill that in Washington.
Sure.
Right. That was hence why they even made it to where they made it, is because they you watched them during the season, they're close games. Those are a great test of how you have set your team up to handle adversity. Right.
Yeah.
He does a very good job of that. The next thing is then you look at also a culture, even in the fact of Georgia, because now Georgia's the premier, they're the dog, right? Because everyone's saying, man, Georgia is the team to beat. Okay. And you look at what Kirby's done over this time, he has instilled this culture again, toughness, right? For the most part, discipline. I think right now he's running into some unique things that happen when you are as successful as you are for as long as you are, right? Mm-hmm. You will run into these challenges. So now you have to, it's like the brain, we used to call it in law enforcement, like when I'm working and I'm training guys, we say the number one thing that will get you killed is complacency, not doing the right things and being complacent.
Facts.
Because you will skip steps. And when you have too much success, people become complacent. It just happens. When you get used to something and you feel like you know it, right, to the T, you somehow, everyone runs into this, you get complacent.
Sure.
Why? Complacency kills. And that goes the same way for a football program, for a team, for a player, for a coach, right? It can go the same way for any individual in life. Complacency kills. So one thing that I will say is Kirby sees it now. And you actually heard him address it in SEC Media Days in a unique comment. And I was very impressed with how he went about it. But I'll say this is like, he sees it and he's not going to let that happen. I promise you that. Like, Georgia's going to be a tough one this year for everybody. But this is the one thing, man, Oklahoma. Oklahoma, man, like with Venables, I don't think he even knows what that freaking word is. You know what I'm saying? Because here's the deal with complacency.
Oh yeah, no.
He just, I don't even know if look at what he did. I mean, look through his life and his timeline. Mm-hmm. That dude, it's hardcore all the time. Like I said, I watched Jocko for a reason. He reminds me a lot of Jocko with his personality.
He kind of does.
It's hardcore all the time.
I hadn't really made that connection before, but you're not wrong.
So, I mean, it's interesting to see that. And I think, man, you have a lot of teams who, as soon as you get like a feeling of success, a lot of people talked about Missouri kind of having a little bit of almost, how do you say it? I don't want to say it in the wrong way, but almost a little bit of cockiness to them.
Mm-hmm.
Some people called it swag at SEC Media Days, but that's a dangerous line to walk as a team. Like, even from a coaching standpoint, because as soon as you start putting things out there that come across and could come across, or perception is everything to different people or different teams, man, you better have the ammo to back it up.
So are you talking Oklahoma or are you talking Texas?
No, with Missouri. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, with Wade Drinkowitz kind of went about the way he kind of said some things.
He did. it kind of surprised me too. You know, we had Rob actually call in a little while ago, and they're excited about it. I think that sustaining it is what is hard about is tough, right? Because if you're not Alabama, if you're not Georgia, if you're not Oklahoma, Texas, LSU, that you have that kind of that you have that ability to say, you know, be able to sustain it if it doesn't work this year. If you're like, I think the same thing about Ole Miss. I think that if they don't get to the playoff this year, they're going to be like, why are we investing this money in the NIL like that? You know, so yeah, I think that it's tough if you're Missouri, if you're Ole Miss, if you're some of these other deals, if you're some of these other programs that aren't used to spending like that, it's going to be hard for you to do that, right?
No, 100%. Lemon, I saw your question earlier. He asked a funny question in the chat. Oh man, I saw that. Do you transition from an honorable operator to a local officer? Did you gain extra appreciation and desire for donuts? Look, Lemon.
Great question, by the way.
It's a good question. 100%. I have always enjoyed donuts in general, even before I was a local officer, a police officer. But now I was only in that role for maybe two years, and then I went back into a special task force unit. So, but still, I enjoyed donuts all the time. So of course I was Dunkin' D's, dude.
Dunkin' Donuts.
Man,
better coffee than they also have better coffee. So
I'm all about. See, my favorite coffee is Waffle House. I like their dude. It gets me sparked, man. Like Waffle House is good for me. I like
Waffle House coffee. I didn't realize that was like a thing.
Oh yeah, dude. I got the mug. I got the mug and everything, man. I gave that mug to my mama. Huh?
I figured you being a Seattle guy, you'd be all about Starbucks and shit.
No, I'm not snooty. No, man. That's a snood thing, dude.
Facts.
Dude, Seattle and their freaking coffee. Dude, get the F out of here with that.
Actually, a friend of mine from Vegas, they started some of the, you know, they kind of went, you've seen a lot of these newer companies pop up, Black Rifle Coffee and some.
Dude, I love that.
Yeah, Black Rifle's cool.
Yeah, I'm all about them.
Yeah, that's a veteran-owned brand. So
I've been to their store, dude.
Yeah,
their store is dope.
There's other different ones though, but one of my buddies back in Vegas has one of their. I don't remember which one he opened though, but he opened one of the new chains, and not.
Oh, that's cool, man.
And then yeah, so that's kind of cool. But
yeah.
Dude,
Well, supposedly
I do believe so. Gabriel, do you think BV will get our team this year ready for road games in the SEC? These past 2 years, we never did get that grit on the road. Listen, I think it's better than you think it is. Look, they lost 2 games, and they had 5 more one-score football games, and they won 3 of them this year. So you got to remember that. I mean, it's increment. Look. Situationally, they had 5 one-score games the year before that, and they lost them all, which I don't know how you could ever do that again, because it just doesn't seem like that would ever happen. If there's a concern, listen, I mean, honestly, the road has been a problem since before BV got here. The last road game that they won over a team in the top 25 was in like 2018.
Yeah. That's not that, but I also think again, what do you
focus thing? We can't talk about Lincoln stuff though. I mean, it can't be about what the team, and I think that this is where you're finding the SEC media is judging. And I said this earlier. I don't know if you were in here yet. They're judging Oklahoma based on what Lincoln Riley was and what his program was at OU. Get to the playoff, get the shit kicked out of you. But then they're saying Oklahoma can't be good because they on offense or anything like that because they don't have Lincoln Riley still. Well, it can't be both.
Yeah. Well, and here's the thing about it too is the Lincoln Riley like excuse is gone. It's not there anymore.
Nobody
It's
wants to hear
gone.
it.
No,
That's right.
100. It's everyone's sick of
It's
saying,
not his fucking
well,
football team anymore.
that's right. And it's what, year 3 for Venables, right? Or for
This is his
Venables?
team. Yes, this is his team.
That's
Year
right.
3.
So at this point, any Lincoln Riley stuff, that stuff is like the excuses gone. And here's the next thing. I will tell you this. I can guarantee you that Venables is sitting there saying, I don't want to hear any damn excuse of anybody
Oh, no, there's no excuse.
from past stuff, right? Like from anything. He goes, here's what I do know where he's at with this. It's not, the culture is not just of the team. It's not just, yeah, Sneak Ass Cat, man. We appreciate you, man. It's nice to talk with you briefly. And Ron, it was a pleasure to meet you, man, for sure. But I'll tell you, that culture, that mindset that he's instilling, the reason, I'll tell you, the reason Nick Saban and Bama have, they already were really strong cultural wise, but what grew them even more so was not just within the team, not just within the building, but it was the fan base taking on that persona of championship mindsets. You look at Oklahoma, for the longest time, it's been like, man, we need to get back to where we were at, right? And we've been great. We're going to continue to be great. And I think you look at this standpoint, and you look at Brent Venables and what he's instilling is this hardcore, this soul mission, this mindset is a mantra that he's instilling in the team, instilling into the foundation, right, of Oklahoma. And at the same time, from a fan base, you start to feel it being really taken on and coming back, because those of the past know what Oklahoma was, right? I mean, and I'm talking from the past, right? Like even, and you don't even go that far back to see what they were doing. But at the same time, like he's like, hey, we're taking this to another level.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And I think that's something you got to really respect. And I've said this, like the Georgia fan base has the same way with Georgia. That's, LSU, Nick Saban really helped them bring that back to life too. Let's be honest. That's why LSU had the expectations they've had. And then you look at like program that's been kind of, I think, the one thing from a Texas standpoint that they're asking themselves, like, why are we have this expectation and we're saying it over and over, but it feels like we keep running into some walls and we're waiting to get over these humps. And what is kind of that culture and that mindset that Sark is going to bring us? Because I don't know if we've seen it yet.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think that I was saying earlier, I think that Sark has been saying the right things.
Oh, yeah, I think so too.
Me and Coach said that about Big 12 last year, that he stood in front and said, look, this is our team. This is my football team. And I feel like this is the best. And now he repeated that. I think he's full of shit this time around. Mm-hmm. But I like that he's able to say, hey, he's not giving you a reason why he may not succeed this year. Ryman Lemon, what I was saying, on the flip side of that, I get what you're saying, that Lincoln is part of the past. I'm not talking about the culture of historically. The only part I use the history of being the blue blood thing is that for the fans, as far as the fans are concerned, we don't care when it is. We don't care who it is. We expect this culture that we see right now. It's not about Lincoln. It's not. What this is go win. The standard is still the standard. It's still the standard. And this coach, we know, is a winner. He's been a part of winning He's won what? 3 national championship teams he's been on. The last 2 beat the GOAT.
Yeah.
So to me, he knows what that culture has to be, and you can see it. And these creators and other folks around the SEC that are, look, we even had those. There was that Georgia guy, Georgia something, that was in here the other day that said the same. He's like, I don't have a clue. why people are talking shit and acting like Oklahoma. I don't understand why we're doing this.
Yeah, Georgia Champ. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Champ. Yeah. He was like, nah. He was like, it's going to end up biting you. And I agree. And I agree with this. We beat Auburn. That would be, hey, listen, that's what you have to look. Wins cure it all. Winning cures it all.
That's right. That is right.
But the only way that you get prepared to win is by some of these same things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, by having the right culture, by doing the right things, look, the same message that BV was giving you when he got here 2.5 years ago, he's giving today. It hasn't changed. He believes. Now, he said the other day, I know what I see when I see it in these younger guys that we're going to have to play. But I love the team that we have right now. We're going to find out what we need left after this year because we're going to, this is our chance to go find out. But that didn't mean that they're just waiting on some losses. Believe that.
Oh, no.
Yeah. SEC, Steve, I forget. Who said that? What? Oh, to Paul Feinbaum? What did he say? To what I said? Or what Gabriel was saying? Look, I think that, and I mean, when Saban even said it, Saban and Kirby both said, man, this defense is something you better worry about. That's what I'm saying. It's these fans of other programs that aren't the top of the echelon there. You don't hear Alabama fans saying shit like that. Not many of them. Some fans, but for there's Oklahoma fans that think they're going to go 12-0 this year.
Oh yeah,
But fanatic is fan is short for fanatic. I get it. The point is, most people that are just, of even just kind of, what's the word I'm looking for here? You have the right expectations here.
Mm-hmm.
I expect that I can see 10-2. I can see 9-3, 10-2. I could see a path to 11-1. That means that everything went right. And I have a hard time believing that, right? That everything's going to go right in year one in the SEC. I think 2025, everything's on the table.
Oh yeah. I mean, I would say that. I think that's fair to say. Like 2025, everything's on the table. I mean, you should be up there with the elite
no matter
of them.
what they do this year, I think they're better next year.
Well, yeah. But I do think that in this way that he's done a really good job of preparing this team to face some of these adversities this year, right? Like in the past, it's not like he wasn't, but I think now when you have like the buy-in that you have, and again, you see it with his recruiting, like the recruiting has been phenomenal for Oklahoma. They've gotten exactly what they want and exactly what they need. So I do think from a standpoint that they have now like embraced the challenge. Not saying they didn't in the past, but I just don't think you had as much buy-in yet, right? There's still a lot that you're still working to have this overflow, right, of this mindset into your cup. You're still trying to work that, plow the field from a standpoint and putting in the work to see the crops grow, right? You weren't necessarily seeing them sprout up the way you expected. So now you're continuing to make sure you're hitting these points, and you can really feel like that is the case. I think you have a team. There's something to be said about when you have a team that feels, again, it embraces challenges, but also feels the disrespect. They come in with a killer mindset, and then also has the ability then to make it past the adversity. So it's going to be, I mean, it's going to be exciting for sure to watch. From every aspect. I mean, do we say 12-0? Nah, I mean, I don't think there's any team in the SEC, to be honest, to go 12-0. It's going to be really hard.
I think Georgia could, but I don't know that.
Yeah, they could. There's a few teams that could.
I think you have to beat Alabama, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah.
But we have to see that they can go. And now listen, though, they haven't lost a game in conference since 2020. So you know what I mean? They in the conference season. So 12-0 isn't too much to expect. Or, you know, it's not far-fetched to believe that they could do that, is what I'm saying. I don't necessarily think that they go 12-0. I could see them doing it. I can't see. Well, I shouldn't say I can't see Bama doing it. I could see Bama doing it, depending on what happens. Yep. But I also think that Bama has a tough road schedule.
Yep.
You know,
I mean, you're at LSU.
And you're at Oklahoma. And Oklahoma is the defense-wise, I think they can do some things that can make Milroe uncomfortable, you know?
Well, yeah, I think their defense is good. Like I said, I think
on the road, especially, that's where you got a shot at it. It's like I said, I think that this is the best time to catch them if you're OU. Now, I'd rather it be earlier in the year they catch them at home at night or something like that. But
yeah,
or maybe Milroe's feet are underneath him a little bit. I'd feel better about it. Or maybe, you know, before they're great on defense, which they could be by the end of the year. But we'll definitely know who they are by the end of the year. I still think first-year head coach, new place. We'll find out. They're making a lot of changes. I still expect a lot from Alabama. I don't know what to think of LSU the longer I think about it. Yeah, Zolfix, he says the right expectations are 8.5 wins. So you're saying over or under that. Yeah, I've said that the floor would be 8-4, and that's like the low floor, because I think that more than likely that means I don't really see them losing 4 games. So I think that means you probably had some injuries that really hurt you maybe. But I don't really see it getting worse than that. I just don't. And again, because of what you just said here, Crane and Company feels like the way we talk about Mizzou fans right now. Yeah. They've coached. Well, one guy played at Michigan, and then, of course, Jake was a coach at different places in the SEC. And then his brother played, I want to say it like somewhere in Colorado, maybe. But Jake, I think they took a lot of that out of context. They want you to believe that. But Teddy wasn't wrong what he was saying. I'm going to repeat that part again. I started it, and we'll end with this part. What Teddy Lehman said last week, and then what he said again this week, both things were not wrong. I had to explain it last week on it. I'll explain it again here. He was saying, if you're not Alabama and Georgia in the last 4 years, you haven't done shit. And they heard that, and they made it about the last 24 years instead. And they're like, if that's your attitude, that you don't have to worry about it week to week, then you're going to go 5-7, which is bullshit. And I'll tell Jake that to his face. I love Jake. He's a friend of mine. No, Jake, no. But because that's not what he was. What he was getting at is nobody else. There's not a coach that's been in the conference for more than 5 years. Not one, aside from Kirby and Stoops. Everybody else is new. Nobody else. There's one coach in the conference that's won an SEC championship, Kirby. That's it. So miss me with the gauntlet every week bullshit. I understand what you're talking about, but you don't understand. You're not taking the time to understand, SEC other fans, that Oklahoma is not your program. The expectations are different there at OU than it is at Tennessee, or it is at Missouri, or it is at even LSU. Certainly at A&M and Kentucky. Sorry. It's a fact. No, they were mad. They didn't like what Teddy said. But they misunderstood it. He was going to come on here, but he had to go to his what's not? Who's wrong? Who's wrong? It is the fact. Look, you to win the same as just no, you don't. No, you don't. You hope you do. Texas hopes they do. They're not. You're not like Oklahoma. Stop it, because you're not. No, you don't. We're not going. Hey, look, guys. I'm just gonna say it. Are you not talking Tennessee? Because either one. No, you don't. There's not expectations like that everywhere. And if we're talking Texas, I say you're hoping. At Tennessee, no, you don't. You have a good coach. And you're headed in the right direction. No, you don't. That's not expectations. You're hoping. It's been longer for you. No, you don't. Not just speaking for myself. I know the difference. There is a difference. All I'm telling you, I'm not saying anything bad about Tennessee. I'm telling you that it's a different deal. It's a different deal. But you guys think that you know Oklahoma, and you don't know Oklahoma. Everybody's saying that their defense isn't going to be good, that Tennessee's going to put 50 up. You're not. They're not. With a freaking brand new quarterback? Not happening.
Yeah, Tennessee's going to be an interesting
It's
one.
going to be a great game. I think it's going to be a great game. I think that Heupel's going to come in there with a game plan that's going to make them competitive.
I mean, I will say this. I'll say from a standpoint of like going with Tennessee, I think you do look at the fact of like you're saying, okay, there's a lot of firepower. Heupel's done a good job, but at the same time, like I think there's also questions to say, okay, what will it work? Right? Like, is it going to be what a lot of people, because there are a lot of experts out there, and I can't say I'm sitting there studying the heck out of Tennessee. But from what I do know, there's a lot of people out there that are very high on
I like them. I like Tennessee.
Yep, and they have some aspects that are really good. I think Tennessee's one of those teams this year.
You know Oklahoma. If you're judging Oklahoma on Lincoln Riley, that's where you're screwing it up. It's not the same thing. The expectations of the fan base is what we were talking about. You don't know OU just because you lived in Dallas.
Well, and then 109th in passing yards given up, Trojan. Is that you saying that's Tennessee from last year?
And that's, you know what? That is an empty ass stat. They also, where were they in turnovers? Where were they in scoring defense? Their scoring defense was better. Look, they gave up a lot at the end of the year. Wait and see. Wait and see. I'm telling you, the expectations are the expectations in Oklahoma. That's the point I'm making, boys. No, they're not. They're not the same. And if they are, they're not the same. It's not the same thing. And I'm not even bad-mouthing Tennessee. I'm really not. Josh Heupel was a Sooner.
Yeah, I mean, he's a good one.
All love from here. All love from here.
Yeah, they were. But I mean, fair enough. All right.
Sure.
I mean, that's a fair argument to say. I think
you should.
I think Tennessee fans, especially this year,
every
Tennessee
game
fans
is an expectation. Every game for a Sooner fan, you're supposed to. If you don't win it, you better be right there. Blowouts don't happen. If you're, it is what it is, man.
Yeah, I mean,
whatever y'all are expecting. Look, maybe I'm off. I'm just telling you that the idea that an Oklahoma team is going to come in there and accept this narrative that's getting pushed out there by a lot of these other fan bases that they're just going to be a middle of the road team in the SEC is bullshit, because that's not what they're going to accept at Oklahoma. If that's what gets delivered by Brent Venables is not the coach there anymore. Josh Heupel gets to come over next, probably.
Yeah, I don't see. I think that's the thing. It's like Oklahoma definitely doesn't expect that. We've seen that in the media day. I do think that from a standpoint that with Tennessee, you know, that I think that the tough part is Tennessee had recent success, right? Especially
Sure.
with not, I mean, I'm not necessarily as much last season, but the season before, Hendon Hooker and whatnot.
Yeah, look, but
right.
They also lost to South Carolina that year.
Well, agreed. They lost games they shouldn't have lost.
Right.
Like we all sat there and were like, wow, Tennessee's that team. It didn't help that he got hurt.
And if
I
he
did too.
had got down, they probably
yeah, I
they
agree.
wouldn't have lost the second game.
Yeah.
I don't know. Hendon was in that game, wasn't he?
Yeah. I don't know if he was in that game, but I'll say it. I look, Scott, I'm not in on this argument with you because I'm
not arguing with him. I'm just saying that. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, like, from the standpoint, I get where you're coming from, because I do think that Tennessee, for the longest time, I mean, their fan base is pretty insane. I mean, hence why you have the stadium and fill up the stadium size you do. And at the same time, I also think with Tennessee, I think when you start to feel that success, because it's kind of been a minute, like Tennessee's has like points of time where you're like, man, they really jump off the screen to you, but then they go for it feels like a lull for a while. And this is not trying to disrespect you as a Tennessee fan, but just feels like they don't meet this expectation. I mean, I thought for the longest time Tennessee would finally break through. It feels like there's a ceiling for them.
Listen,
right?
I'll say this though.
Mm-hmm.
Tennessee, when Josh got there, and this is his 4th year, by the way.
Yep.
What happened with Pruitt should have knocked them dead for another 10 years easy.
Yeah, 100%. Josh is a great coach.
NCAA doesn't really have enough teeth left to do that anymore, but it was a shit show when he got there. Josh has done a great job.
Yeah, phenomenal job.
Great job.
And that's what I'm saying is like I think that's where a lot of the fans, especially from a Tennessee standpoint, are sitting there saying, hey, we are right there as well. Right. You know, and I think that's the one thing I think about
I do think Tennessee's probably right there as well right now.
Mm-hmm.
In big picture, Oklahoma's never going to be okay with being a middling team. I'm not talking about a 1-year team. I'm talking about over the long haul, they expect to be at the top of the conference, right next to Bama, Georgia, whoever's there, they're right there. Every 100%. Year they're competing for that. That is what is expected when you're an Oklahoma fan and an Oklahoma football player and a coach, all of it.
Agreed.
That's the expectations.
You would hope that's the expectations at every program, but I also think there's a lot of fan bases who are like, hey, we are just like, we're excited to have a successful season, right? We're excited to have a top 25 recruiting class. So I think that's where the differences can fall into place. Like Trojan Fight, you're a USC fan. You like at this point in time, there's no way a USC fan is happy with the results from last season. This season, they expect way better results. The patience wears thin. I think from a Tennessee standpoint, you guys have now felt that same sort of success, especially, like I said, Josh has done a very good job in a quick amount of time. Last year, everybody sat there and thought, hey, I thought maybe, you know, Milton would finally step up.
Last year too, brother. That's
they did.
Impressed me the most is showing that he can run the ball first.
Yeah.
And playing defense.
Yep.
My concern for Tennessee is their secondary right now. But I think they're close, man. If they can get their secondary stuff figured out, and I don't know what their depth looks like. I mean, I think that there's some things defensively. I think they're better than anybody would have expected under Josh because of that air raid usually sucks at it.
Yep.
He's figured it out though. That you have to do what he's figured out, what Lincoln Riley never has, which is you have to play complementary football, run the damn football.
Yeah, and that's going to be. Here's the thing too with Tennessee is once it'd be the same thing at like Vanderbilt. And I'm not trying to compare Tennessee to Vanderbilt, so don't take this the wrong way. But if Vanderbilt, they just expect to have a winning season. All they want to do is get into a winning point, right? They just are like, hey, we just want to win.
Whatever. Yeah.
But if we saw Vanderbilt go in and start to have winning season after winning season, like put up numbers, be in really tight games, the next few years from there, you would start to say, hey, we're recruiting really well. We have some really great players. I mean, Tennessee's recruiting right now is they should end with a big splash with recruiting. They just got Travis Smith Jr., who's phenomenal wide receiver. Like they should end with a pretty big splash because they're in the fight for one of the top offensive tackles too. So you look at them and you start to say these fan bases, like it's like okay, now our expectation is on another level, and it's about time to be in a place where we get past all of this mediocrity that we've ran into for so long. Because it does that. You can only sit. I can say that even as playing at Washington, right? Like Washington, you back in the 90s, Washington ruled the 90s. Okay. They were one of those teams that
really,
were
really good.
They beat people's ass. They beat Miami's super teams. They're beating Nebraska's super teams. They were beating Michigan's.
And how
they were
running your ass over too.
100, and they played physical football. And then like New Heisel came, and they were still athletic. They're still semi good. And then Gilbertson comes, and then you start to
who I like.
And Rick, I thought he was a good coach for sure. He just everyone has their forte and what they do better, and he's decent, right? Rick did a good job, but then you look to what happens after that. It definitely starts to fall off.
Yeah.
And then Husky fans got to a point of saying, you talk to the older fans, they're like, man, like I was sitting there, and we expect all this time in this point of experiencing what we used to experience. How do we get back to that? Right. And you sit there and you're like, man, dude, this is a long time coming. Like Kalen DeBoer, Chris Peterson definitely reopened the view for what the expectation is again. And then Kalen DeBoer set it back on top. So
yeah,
it's pretty amazing.
We got to get out of here too, man.
Yeah, dude. I got to roll
5 seconds away from doing it, but thanks for coming in. We appreciate it. And hey, Scott, I appreciate your point of view and what you're saying. And
it's cool.
Here, it's nothing personal. We're just talking, and I get what you're saying. But yeah, and by the way, I do love it that you came in saying UT, and I immediately thought Texas, and I should not do that anymore.
Nah, it's Texas.
And he held to it. I was like, when you asked which UT, and I was like, good question. But he was like, Tennessee, the real UT. I love that. Y'all are holding true to that fight. That's funny shit. But Elio, we appreciate you, man. And what years were you a Husky there? He's asking.
Yeah, it's 06 through 10.
06 to 10. Yep. Hey, man, you guys keep fighting that one. But I do believe that I think Tennessee's close. I think Tennessee's really close to it. I mean, first off, again, if I'm going to root for any other SEC team, it's going to be Tennessee because Josh is the coach there, period. That's just, we love Josh. We love Josh. I love the coach that we have right now. I think we're in great shape to moving forward. They're all on the same page. We've been talking about this a lot in here. So, Jake, I appreciate you coming on. Tell everybody how to find you again. We got to get your numbers up. Make sure that I don't know where you found us, which channel you're on, whichever one, go to the other channel. I'm at CFB-pod, and Jake is
Set the Tone College Football. That's it. We kind of renamed it to make it easier because there's just too much going on with the title. So we just change it. Easy. All you got to type in is Set the Tone College Football. That's it. Come check it out. We'll start. We did some. There's been some live streams. We're going to start live streaming more on a regular schedule next week. And then there will be some more video drops. Like I said, I do different teams, not just Alabama, but I do cover a good chunk of it is Alabama due to some connections and stuff I know. So from there, love talking football, and I appreciate all you guys, man. It's cool to see everybody in the chat, and appreciate jumping on.
We have quite a few in here today, man. I appreciate it. Gabriel, thanks for coming in as well. Stink ass cat. All you guys, Scott, I appreciate everybody coming in here and showing us love. We've had some new folks in here today. We had Southern Red was in here as well. All of and obviously Scott, thank you for coming in, and Zofix, all you guys. I appreciate all the new guys that come in. If you haven't already become a subscriber, please do jump onto both of our channels, become a subscriber. Don't forget about USCJ was in here with us earlier today. He's one of the best content creators out there as well. All of our guys that work with us are unbelievable. We've got this will be obviously, well, it's Thursday. No, this is Friday. This is Friday. Tomorrow night on this channel, as well as Coach I's Fan Addict Sports Network, the Fan Addict Sports Network, Addict like above your house attic, Fan Addict Sports Network. I'll put it in there in the description as well. We have the third episode 3 of year 3 of the Saturday Night Snap Count. We'll be breaking down the Big 12 and giving you our prognostications heading into the season. Make sure you jump in. There's a lot of creators from all over the country that jump onto that show. Great show. We enjoy it. But I appreciate everybody showing up in here. Sean D, you're my man. Appreciate you. Eric Reheard as well. Neilio, you know we appreciate you all the time. Everybody who's been in here today, Hangster, all of our normals. We definitely appreciate you. First Lady was here earlier as well.
Love it. Shelby.
She's awesome. We appreciate
I appreciate her.
We appreciate the entire fan base, man. Awesome stuff. Thank you guys again. If you didn't hit that like button, I don't know why you didn't wipe your feet when you came in my house. That ain't cool. But, you know, make sure you do on the way out. Check out our official show merchandise as well. The free way, though, to help us out. You can become a channel member, too, for as low as $2.99 a month. But the free way is just hit the like button, share it with your friends, and become a subscriber. It helps us out a bunch. We appreciate you. We'll see you all in the next one. Throw those horns down real quick for them.